The Secretary will read the order.
Debate on vote number 15, Higher Education and Training Appropriation Bill.
I now invite the Honourable the Minister of Higher Education and Training to introduce his budget vote. The Honourable the Minister.
Honourable Chairperson,
Order, Honourable Member.
Cabinet colleagues, Deputy Minister Mtutuz Manana, Mam Kauluma ungabonanga ohlala lapha. Chairperson of our Portfolio Committee, Mam Yvonne Posa, and all the members of the Portfolio Committee and members of Parliament who are here, our Director General and staff of the department, all the heads of our post-school institutions seated up there, my wife Upumelele and my daughter Nontobeko, honored guests, including particularly my special guest today, Dr. Pegitang Mbamgomezulu, who is CEO of the Mzala Nxumalo Center, and the top performing pupils from my old primary and high schools, Kulego Ngubane of Georgetown High School and Nosfiso Mpele of Mteto Musha Primary School. Ladies and gentlemen and comrades, I rise to address this House as our higher education and training system is grappling with significant challenges and is under intense public scrutiny. Engathi washlam lasihlalo, my watch is not set.
No, just continue, Honourable Minister. We'll attend to it.
I rise to address this House, as I say, as our higher education system is faced with significant challenges. But I rise, Speaker, confident that despite the challenges we face, as a developing country with a history and legacy of national oppression and super exploitation, we have made enormous strides in building post-school education and training, the likes of which have never before been seen in South Africa. Many challenges, however, still lie ahead, but we have a clear and powerful vision of how to continue to build this system to serve the needs of individuals, the economy, and society. That is why we are currently developing a 15-year plan for the entire system based on the vision as captured in the white paper on post-school education and training, which I released in early 2014, and also based on our National Development Plan. Let us not, in the context of recent challenges in the universities, forget three things. Firstly, the vast majority of students raising their voices on issues close to their hearts and were from previously disadvantaged backgrounds, showing clearly that we have made great strides and are well on the way to transforming access to higher education. Secondly, 99.9% of those who took their very real and genuine issues into the streets last year are back at their books and in their laboratories, working hard for qualifications to take them further. And thirdly, let's not forget that the protests confirm that we remain a country of robust, open, and free discussion and debate. A country whose government, as the fees outcome showed, listens and is responsive. A key part of our system is technical and vocational education and training, known as TVET. Expanding this historically very small system has been our priority as we have moved TVET and adult education to the national department from the provinces. In the meantime, we are proud that we have successfully expanded the TVET numbers shifting from a 1:4 to close to a 1:1 ratio of college to university students. Now, our focus is on consolidation and improving teaching and learning in the sector. To this end, the University of the Western Cape is ready to deliver its first postgraduate program for TVET college lecturers. It is the trailblazer for several more universities developing similar programs. We have also recognized and responded to the need for foundation learning programs for TVET students requiring additional support in mathematics and English. TVET growth continues. Waterberg College in January enrolled 333 students for the new Tabazimbi campus. And this campus has also taken over Kumba Iron Ores Skills Center. 2 other new TVET campuses are scheduled for completion in July. It is clear, Chairperson, that the money voted by Parliament for higher education and training is going where it should, towards empowering our young people with the skills and knowledge to build a future for themselves. Members of Parliament will be pleased to know that an audit is underway to link infrastructure expansion and maintenance more stringently to budgeting processes. This will ensure that college infrastructure upgrading maintenance is planned and budgeted for systematically and sustainably. But despite the successes we can point to, government alone cannot provide technical and vocational education. Allow me to direct a few words to employers, both public and private. Your involvement in ensuring a continuing pipeline of well-trained and skilled people across all sectors is critical to our economy. And doing so is arguably of even greater significance to the future of your businesses, whether in manufacturing, repairing, retailing, or services. We thank those who see post-school skills and vocational training as core to their businesses, and we appeal to those who are still hesitant to join in and contribute fully to an upskilling. To support closer cooperation, the Human Resources Development Council, led by our Deputy President, recently launched the Adopt a TVET College initiative. This creates working partnerships between colleges and business to ensure an adequate supply of TVET graduates with skills where they are needed most. Sithi kubaqashi abasondele eduze kwamakolishi ukuze bakwazi ukuwabeka ezingeni elifanele, sibe nabantwana abaphuma kulawa makolishi abanolwazi olwanele sebelungela ukuyosebenza noma ukuzisebenza. Artisan development is a key TVET component, and our Deputy Minister is going to be touching on those matters, especially including the targets we have set for ourselves in the coming years. Colleagues, about 18 million adults want to learn outside of universities and TVET colleges. We are building a community education and training sector to improve and expand post-school education and training with non-governmental and community-based organizations. We will grow this into a flourishing sector. We are doing so, by the way, at least partly in response to issues most recently raised by the Statistician General. He confirms what we are already aware of and working on. That is why last year, I committed to establishing a departmental branch for community education and training. It is now in place. I committed to piloting the community college concept. This has happened in partnership with the Catholic Institute for Education. We are now securing additional sites and resources for further colleges. The increased efforts we are putting into vocational and community colleges are important measures to expand a diversified post-school education and training sector. On universities, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, Of all our areas of work, the universities have in recent months been under the strongest spotlight. For all the protests, and despite the wanton destruction by a small minority, the vast majority of students have returned to their studies, and our universities continue to produce graduates and research that makes our nation proud and contributes to our economy and the well-being of our country. Nenza kahle EFF nitsuninize ngoba ngizogcina ngani ngiyeza kunini. Nitsuniniza nje ngakasho lutho. We should, fellow MPs, for a moment cast aside our party differences and thank our universities, including councils, vice-chancellors, staff, and students, for their continued efforts in ensuring that South Africa remains at the forefront of teaching, learning, and research on our continent. Honorable Chair and members, we have made additional funds available to our universities, despite the difficult fiscal environment, and we continue to increase access to university education for South Africans who in the past would have had no hope of achieving their true potential this way. That is remarkable, and we should not forget it, whatever the challenges. Key to our strategy of expanded university access are our new institutions. Sol Plaatje University and the University of Mpumalanga in February this year admitted their third intake, with enrollments up from 130 and 140 in 2014 to 710 and 1,329 respectively. 1.6 billion rand was invested and 17 new buildings built, enabling this expansion. New infrastructure for further expansion in 2017 is valued at 1.26 billion rand and is under construction. The Sefako Makgato Health Sciences University entered its second year of operation with an intake of 1,300 students. South Africa's 9th medical school and the first in a post-apartheid South Africa opened its doors in January at the University of Limpopo with the first 60 students. 6 not, yes. Baningi laba ama students odokotela. Yeah, I thought ukuthi njengoba uHonorable Malime segqoka ijazi uya understand ukuthi akuwona umdlalo kuba se university. We are addressing the shortage of student accommodation.
Order, honorable members.
I will this year launch the Student Housing Infrastructure Program. At a student housing symposium in June, we will lay out a long-term sustainable program using new funding models and innovative building technologies to provide secure and affordable residences. In the meantime, we are also doing very good work with my colleague, the Minister of Public Works, Comrade Thulas Nxesi, to identify...
Order, honorable members.
To identify, Lalelan, Shand, to identify government buildings that are either underutilized or unused in order to convert them into student housing for both universities and TVET colleges. Minister Nxesi has also, as he said yesterday, identified stolen buildings. We want those buildings so that we can build proper university residences for students. While access to university education is important, it is time also to focus on success. Part of dealing with the high first-year dropout rate is to support underprepared students with our focused programs. Honorable Chair and honorable members, university transformation remains a critical task. We need to intensify the struggle to build transformed and non-racial universities. I continue engaging on accelerated transformation agreed by the Second Higher Education Summit. And we've told institutions that we expect their implementation plans for the summit resolutions by end of June. The Higher Education Bill now before Parliament tasks university councils with driving transformation much more vigorously. Last year, I announced 2 programs to accelerate academic transformation. One is the Staffing of South African Universities Framework and its new generation of academics program called the NGAP. And this program to date has already filled, in its first year, 102 new posts, academic posts, all filled up by black South Africans, 55 of them being women. A further 100 new NGAP academics will be appointed in the coming months. But although these numbers are good, they are not good enough. I will soon be announcing a ministerial task team to look into and propose solutions to the obstacles in the production of South African black academics. We are committed to improving teaching and learning across all education sectors. And with 200 million from the European Union, my department is implementing the Teaching and Learning Development Capacity Improvement Program to strengthen universities in developing teachers for early childhood, special needs, primary school, technical and vocational, and community education sectors. Honorable Chair and honorable members, the African National Congress is focused on providing quality, accessible, affordable, and diverse post-school education. We are committed to ensuring that academically capable and financially needy South Africans can access post-school education and training. That is why, after the agreement of no fee increase for 2016, we are redoubling efforts to ensure support going forward for those who can not afford to pay. The 2.3 billion that we were short of as a result of this, it's sorted out now. We have reprioritized over 5.7 billion rands over 2016-17 to 2018-19 MTF period to universities to ensure that the freeze in 2016 does not lead to unmanageable fee increases in the future. Another 4.57 billion, I know the DA can't count, by the way, that's why we are saying it will. Another 4.57 billion is allocated to NSFAS in 2016-17, made up of 2.54 billion rands to ensure that 71,753 students who were not funded or who were insufficiently funded will settle the historic debt. That's the ANC government. This amounts to a whopping 47.3% increase in baseline funding for NSFAS in 2016. This, together with other NSFAS funds, will this year put 205,000 through university and another 200,000 through TVET colleges. This is a total of 405,000 students from poor families receiving government support, a massive achievement by anybody's standard. We also have a plan for what we call the missing middle. Those who are not poor enough to qualify for NSFAS, but also not rich enough to be able to educate their students at university. We aim to test our new model in 2017 and fully implement it in 2018. Let me thank the new NSFAS chairperson, Mr. Sizwe Nxasane, for the effort he is putting into reforming and improving the system. The Presidential Commission is investigating the feasibility of fee-free education, and I urge everyone to actually participate and engage with this commission. Let me be clear, Honorable Chair. We value the energy and criticism of our young people very highly. We admire their courage and determination and their activism in putting crucial issues facing higher education squarely on the agenda. Nobody, however, gains from distraction. Nobody is empowered by burning laboratories or libraries. Burnt paintings educate nobody. Those who have engaged in this distraction must ask themselves, who are they hurting and why? They must ask themselves whether their violence and destruction builds and transforms society. They should recognize the vast majority of students are hard at work, determined to get their qualifications and empower themselves, their families, and their communities. Our message, our universities must be transformed and not destroyed. Honorable Chair and members, it is a tragedy that universities are being forced by a minority to spend millions on additional security because this tiny group rejects the power of words, debate, and dialogue, the cornerstones of our democracy. Bakhona abanye bayazazi ukuthi bawubani labe ngikhuluma ngabo. Angizubabiza ngoba igama lomuntu sheleni. On skills planning, Honorable Chair, angilona igwala ngiyeza. Honorable Chair, ukuthi nginezinto ezinenqubekela phambili okusafunela ngiyikhuluma. Angikwazi ukukhuluma ngabantu abasidonsela emuva. U-ANC siyaqhubeka siyaphambili. Substantial progress has been made on skills planning, which includes a labor market skills intelligence system, a career development system, and the integration of the post-school education and training information system. Together, these will allow efficient distribution of skills development resources. A new career guidance system is before Cabinet as I speak. For the financial year 2016-17, the department has, through an occupations in demand list, identified priority occupations, including civil engineers, construction project managers, boiler makers, riggers, and so on. The department is already identifying universities and TVET colleges to upscale training in these areas. We are engaging stakeholders on strengthening the SITA system, and we've relicensed the SITAs only for 2 years to allow for this discussion to take place so that by April 2018, we are implementing a new system. The National Skills Fund, amongst its many successes, has supported the cutting-edge medical and veterinary facilities opened this year at the University of Pretoria, the new work integrated learning facilities for engineers at UJ, University of Johannesburg, and the new renewable energy training facilities at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. And the National Skills Fund has budgeted over 16.5 billion rands towards skills development and infrastructure over the medium term. The NSF this year allocated, lalela-ke lo ukuthi slash fund, ngoba I understand, we have allocated through the NSF 800 million rands for NSFAS scarce and critical skills bursaries, 245 million to the National Research Foundation. This benefits over 13,500 undergraduate and over 1,200 postgraduate students in collaboration with the Minister of Science and Technology, Comrade Naledi Pandya.
Honorable Minister, you have 2 minutes left.
2 minutes left.
Yeah.
Colleagues, but post-school is not simply about meeting hard skills needs. Our new National Institute for the Humanities and Social Sciences has awarded doctoral fellowships to 455 students and grants to researchers, giving our universities the muscle to explore the burning issues of our time via the social sciences. For the current MTF, Honorable Chair and members, the department's budget increases at an average 9.8% from 42 billion rands in 2015-16 to 55.3 billion in 2018-19. The 49.2 billion for 2016-17 is an increase of 7.3 billion rand, 18% more than last year. Without the support of our president, my cabinet colleagues and yourselves as fellow members of parliament, especially the ANC members of parliament, we would not have responded in the manner that we have responded. Let me conclude by being very grateful to my Deputy Minister, Umtutuz Manana, our DG, Mr. Gwebs Konde, and his staff in the department, and my sincere thanks to all those who actually supported us. So we are urging you to support this budget because it is indeed a progressive budget. Ngobu ANC, uyaqhuba, sishoda ngawe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Order. The next speaker is the Honorable Posa.
Honorable Chairperson, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, officials from the department, councils and executive managers of universities, technical and vocational education and training, board members, executive managers of sector education and training, authorities, student representatives, members of the public, and ladies and gentlemen. The African National Congress supports the budget. Of significance about this debate is that it comes 5 days before the celebration of a non-racial democratic elections in 1994, which marked the end of the over 300 years of colonialism, segregation, and white minority rule. Indeed, our country has made significant strides in redressing the racial discrimination and inequality in our society, and our education system in particular, ensuring that all citizens have a right to quality education and training funded equitably by the state. We are aware that for many of our youth out there, the Freedom Day, which is celebrated on the 27th of April, means little unless the suffix dom is removed and they get access to free education. We want to inform them that and reassure them that the government remains committed towards the progressive introduction of free education for the poor. And this commitment is evidenced through decisions such as the no-fee increase for 2016, despite the tough prevailing economic conditions. In the 2009, the department has developed a number of legislation, adopted the white paper of post-school education and training, developed a human resource development strategy, developed a national skills development strategy 3, and has also adopted a strategic plan 2015-16 to 2019-20 that is aligned with the National Development Plan. The Department of Higher Education and Training annual performance plan for 2016-17 reflect 6 programs that are an illustration of a serious shift from the narrow functional racist approach to education of the apartheid authorities. This is indicative that the youth of the 70s and the 80s sacrifices in the struggle against apartheid education for equal and quality education were not in vain. The department, through its 6 programs, continues to address their demand. I have no doubt in my mind that even the amendment of the Higher Education Act seeks to fast-track and put a fast-forward gear to meet all their demands. On the achievements, Chair, the ANC-led government is indeed moving South Africa forward. In the 21 years of our constitutional democratic government, through the department, has this good story to tell, that university headcount enrollments have doubled. The TVET college enrollment have doubled. There is now a shift from universities alone to include TVETs and community education and training to expand more opportunities of learning to adults and youth in our communities. The number of graduating students has also increased. The target for doctoral graduates was exceeded with 2,052 in 2030. in 2013. Since the inception of NSFAS, 50 billion in loans and bursaries has been awarded to 1.5 million students. The newsworthy development is the progress in the teaching and development of African languages in higher education. For example, the University of KwaZulu-Natal has made isiZulu a compulsory course for the first year entering students. The University of Cape Town has made isiXhosa and Afrikaans compulsory for all medical students. The department has earned good academic reputation that has attracted 70,000 foreign students from the SADC and other countries, African countries, to study in our academic institutions. On the 2014 to 2019 MTSF, the department is responsible for outcome 5 of government priorities, which is a skilled and capable workforce to support an inclusive growth path. From the perusal and scrutiny of the department's MTF budget, excluding the direct charges, the budget is set to increase from 49.2 billion in 2016-17 to 55.3 billion by 2018-19. This increase is not sufficient compared to the expanded mandate of the department, particularly in support of the post-school education and training entities that are expected to support the department in meeting its strategic objectives as per the NDP and the white paper. On the 2016-17 budget overview, last year during the budgetary review and recommendations processes, the committee petitioned government through the Minister of Finance for additional funding for the post-school education and training sector, universities and TVET subsidies, NSFAS and infrastructure developments in the sector. It is gratifying to see a positive response with regard to budget increase from government. We are also not taking the credit as the committee alone. The students fought for their rights, which is enshrined in section 29, subsection 1, subsection B of the Constitution, which says everyone has the right to further education, which the state, through reasonable measures, must make progressively available and accessible. The ANC-led government has listened, and it is an ANC-carrying government, has listened and responded to the pleas, and there has been reprioritization of baseline allocations with government to ensure that additional funding is redirected to post-school education and training sector. This budget has again endorsed the position of the ANC-led government of ensuring that education remains an apex priority. Honorable Chairperson, the department received the allocation of 49.2 billion, excluding 17.6 billion, which is direct charges against the National Revenue Fund and the sector education training authorities and the National Skills Fund. The total allocation inclusive of the skills levies is 66.8 billion. We welcome the increase by the Department of Finance. Well, education remains an apex priority of government. The only way out of the cycle of poverty, unemployment, inequality is to achieve higher levels of economic growth, and this requires equipment of South Africans with a solid foundation of knowledge and skills, and intensified skills development and training could prove to be a game changer for both the economy and job creation. The Constitution guarantees adults the right to basic education and training as an immediate right, and we commend the allocation of 2 billion to community education and training to expand opportunities of learning to unemployed youth and adults in our communities. This will also ensure the department's achievement of the 2014 to 2019 medium-term strategic framework measurable targets. Honorable Chairperson, the public purse alone cannot fund provision of education adequately. We still appeal to the private sector to come along and provide funding for the benefit of the society. The committee approved the annual performance plans 2016-17 of the department and the 4 entities. We have made recommendations in our budget vote 15 report that we monitor the implementation of the plans on a quarterly basis, but also intensification of monitoring and evaluation by the department will make a big difference in the actual implementation of these plans. Let me thank all members of the Portfolio Committee on Higher Education and Training for their hard work in interrogating the plans and budgets of the department and entities. The Department of Higher Education and Training for not being defensive when the committee identifies shortcomings. NSFAS, Chair, CHE, SAQA, and QCTO for the improved plans, and committee officials for their continued support. Honorable Chair, I thank you. The
Thank you.
ANC supports the budget.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Bozzoli.
Minister, I'm very pleased that you value criticism. After 300 million rands worth of damage to universities, the Philistine destruction of precious cultural artifacts, the further development of a culture of violence, sexual bullying, and impunity on campuses, marches on Parliament and the union buildings, and a sense of horror on the part of the President that he might himself actually be damaged by these things, heaven forbid, we finally see an increase in the higher education budget. After insisting it could never be done for years, Treasury has managed to find an above-inflation extra 7.2 billion funding for this sector. But this will not resolve the fundamental crisis in higher education. The increase is mainly for past backlogs in student funding rather than anything forward-looking. And a deformed budget is now emerging because of ANC short-termism. In fact, under ANC rule, we are witnessing the beginning of a dangerous decline in the higher education sector as a whole. As one Vice-Chancellor has said to me, if things carry on like this for another year, our best people are going to start leaving this university. Cutting the DST budget this year won't help. Minister Nzimande, this moment will be remembered in 10 years' time as the moment when universities stood on the brink of decay, but you and your catastrophic government failed to step in and rescue them. We all acknowledge that since 1994, the number of students in universities has doubled, but it was this government that reduced the real amount universities had to spend on each student by 20%, that failed to think through how 500,000 new students would be paid for, that removed the subsidy for infrastructure, that let the numbers of students per lecturer grow from 38 to 55, while knowing that the academic needs of students had increased, that made it impossible for universities to grow their staff numbers and employ a new young cohort of lecturers from diverse backgrounds, and the system is reeling as a result. In the light of these 20 years of neglect, the budget increase we see today is nothing more than an ad hoc, partial, expensive fix to a much bigger educational and political disaster. It will not prevent further above-inflation fee increases in future. It will not help those students who will receive support below the true cost of study. It will not help students in the missing middle. It will not help universities pay for all the support needed to the 60% of NSFAS students who otherwise will fail or drop out. And it will not provide proper funds for staff numbers to grow so young academic staff begin to see a future for themselves. So we have a short-term, shallow, defensive fix for a long-term, deep-seated problem which requires vision and imagination. And unless something drastically different is done, we will see #fees must fall 2017 later this year. We know now that the ANC is prepared to steal, lie, and violate the Constitution. But what we don't often talk about is that it has an additional problem, a colossal blind spot. The ANC does not understand the broader needs of key institutions in society. Institutions are the building blocks of development. Without strong institutions, you can forget growth, stability, and steady investment. But not to the ANC. Not only do they capture and corrupt institutions, they recklessly destroy them through neglect. All they see are short-term demands of their supporters, particularly before an election. The long-term needs of proper development are not high on their list. If it's electricity, they will expand access, very good, but without any concern for whether or not Eskom can manage. If it's housing, they will rightly build more houses, but without any concern for the quality of the housing or the corruption on the lists. And if it's higher education, they will make it available rightly to larger numbers of people, but without any concern as to how it will be paid for or the effects of this expansion upon the institutions that have to manage the bigger numbers. The ANC government in these respects is irresponsible. It may take 50 years to develop a resilient educational institution and Herculean efforts to keep it going at a level of excellence. I know, as I have been in a senior management position in a university myself, but the ANC takes all this for granted. They seem to have no clue about what makes and breaks an institution. They assume institutions can withstand infinite new demands without
Order,
additional
honourable
resources
members.
or care and attention. The ANC is notorious for doing this steadily over decades until the institutions collapse under the strain. The post office collapsed. Eskom collapsed. Numerous municipalities collapsed. Praza collapsed. We know these institutions collapse because of corruption or capture, but they also collapse because the people who care about them are driven out by despair, underfunding, or hostility. They are no longer looked after. This is what is happening to universities today. And the main item on the department's agenda for the coming year is not fixing universities, it's introducing endless new rules, regulations, laws, protocols, etc., to further control them from the minister's office. The DA in power could never allow any of this to happen. We would not allow a situation where poor students are unable to pay for their studies, where staff numbers stagnate, where infrastructure decays, where libraries can no longer be maintained, where fees have to be increased to make up for lost funding, where academics leave, where research declines because teaching demands are so huge, and where being a vice-chancellor is so unpleasant that only the mediocre will take on the job. Our policies commit to reversing this process. Over a 5 to 10 year period, we would fundamentally revamp NSFAS. We will use its core 12 billion to leverage extensive additional funds. We will expand its loan capacity to include the missing middle. We will gradually increase the annual amount given or loaned to each student so their full cost of study are covered. We will start a process of restoring university subsidies to their 1994 levels. We will make sure universities are funded well enough so that fee increases can be kept at inflation levels. And we will ensure that university infrastructure is maintained and developed as a matter of course. We believe in a total holistic approach to higher education, not a partial self-interested approach. We want to bring quality and stability to our country and our universities. Now, we have the power to amend this budget. We are going to use our powers to propose 2 immediate amendments. One will provide new forward-looking funding to NSFAS so that students who receive loans are able to cover more of their costs. The other will restore the funds intended for historically disadvantaged universities that were raided to help pay for the no-fee increase. We can find the money, and we will find the money for a more holistic approach to higher education in the future. The DA rejects this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order, Honourable Members. The next speaker is the Honourable Mbata. Order, Honourable Members.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair of Chairs, to guests, fighters, commissars, and the ANC deployees. The Economic Freedom Fighters reject Budget Vote 15 on higher education. Firstly, I wish to pay tribute to the Economic Freedom Fighters Student Command for the courageous leadership in recent student struggles. Namely, the fees must fall, the Africans must fall, the outsourcing must fall. The struggle continues. As a result of the outsourcing campaigns across various universities, the students have single-handedly reaffirm the dignity of thousands of black workers within the university system who have been systematically exploited in front of the ANC government, most probably with the permission. You have achieved so much in a short space of time, which the Sweetheart Union Nehau would have never achieved in its lifetime. It is worth noticing that the budget presented this afternoon has a missed opportunity in it. Not long ago, thousands of patriotic students who wanted to save their career protested across the country for a system that has neglected them for over 22 years. The higher education system today has a similar demographic as that of apartheid. Firstly, the white males still dominate the positions of professorships in all our universities. The white males lead the research agenda and the knowledge sector. The white males are better paid across the university system. Overall language of instruction is English and Afrikaans. Not even a single university, unless in recent past, has ever in the past initial period of democracy spearheaded the teaching of any indigenous language. You hear if you have an ear. The overall cultural system in the universities remain anti-black, anti-working class, and anti-poor. Yet, since 2009, we have been led by a communist, or by the way, a yellow one in this department. The large chunk of this budget goes to the universities. Almost 80% of the budget goes to the universities. Yet, this department wants us to believe that it has got a new plan to fast-track higher education through TVET colleges. Yet, currently and in the future, TVET colleges are grossly underfunded.
Honourable Mbata,
Mr. Nzimande.
can you just hold, please? Honourable members, we requested in the Chief Whip's Forum, as well in the Programming Committee, that those members who are seated nearby the podium should really resist making interjections because the speaker is right next to you. If you want to make interjections, just move further down so that we can give the speaker a fair chance to complete his event. Continue,
you.
Honourable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I was about to lay a charge of intimidation. Honorable Minister Nzimande, you may be a communist, but the South African poor will charge you harshly. They will judge you harshly because at your hands, they never saw the future of free, quality, higher education for the poor. At your hands, they were excluded and the poor was left on the pavement. At your hands, they saw white people prosper and they saw themselves lacking behind. At your hands, they saw the qualifications of the poor majority getting wasted because they become unemployed. Get that in your head.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
The EFF, as you know, will never support a budget that does not declare
Honourable
free
Member.
higher education for all, not for some. Get
Honourable
that in your
Member, your
head.
time is expired. Thank you. Order, Honourable Members. The next speaker is the Honourable Killian.
Chairperson, the ANC supports the budget, and unlike the DA, we do not believe that we have mediocre vice-chancellors. In fact, we believe we have excellent institutions and excellent leadership, and we would like to take hands with them. The debate today takes place against the backdrop of the closure of the Rhodes campus after female student protest ostensibly about a so-called rape culture on the campus. A few months ago, South Africa saw many protests taking place at different institutions, about steep fee increases and a slow pace of transformation at these institutions. And clearly, by their own admission today, the EFF admits that they were behind the violent protest action which destroyed campuses. Let me make it abundantly
Order, honourable
clear.
members. Order. Order, honourable members. Honourable Mbata, you had your chance. Continue, Honourable Killian.
Let me make it abundantly clear. The ANC respects the right of all South Africans to exercise their hard-won right to protest, as enshrined in the Constitution, peacefully. Students have every right to express their dissatisfaction about academic exclusion of poor students who cannot fund the gap between NSFAS funding and university fees. Or they can protest against the perceived rape culture or the lack of transformation or outsourcing. But however justified their grievances, we cannot condone the chaos, violence, criminal conduct and vandalization of property that has regrettably become a feature of some campus protests under the leadership of the EFF. During the last round of student protests, as Professor Pizzoli has said, 300 million rand, and the total has not been calculated completely. 3 universities still have to calculate the damage. This wanton destruction has no place in a constitutional democracy. Perpetrators have to face the full might of the law, and university leadership should take firm action and expel those students who do not take the route of constructive engagement. However, we do appeal to university leadership to also demonstrate a genuine commitment to resolving issues of slow institutional transformation and academic exclusion, and to not expect government alone to wave a magic wand. Universities, in their commendable efforts to improve their academic ranking, should avoid the temptation of narrow institutional interest. If our nation fails to produce the critical skills we need to drive a modern, globally competitive economy, we will become a failed state and a failed nation. Therefore, our national interest is paramount. Let me just highlight a few extra of our achievements in the past 20 years. University participation rate has increased, and that is a very important critical factor that should be assessed. We have a totally representative student population. Where we started from, we have more than 2/3 of our student population being Black South Africans. We have more female than male students. In fact, the males will have to pick up their socks. Over 50 million in loans and bursaries have been channeled through NSFAS to benefit 1.7 million poor students, Honorable Mbata. If you can't count, don't blame us. The number of doctoral graduates per annum more than doubled.
Honourable Killian.
Despite
Honourable
severe...
Killian, there's just a point of order I want to take. What's the point of order, Honourable Member?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair.
Order,
of
Honourable
Chairs.
Members.
Thank you very much, Chair of Chairs. My point of order is she referring when she was in the Nationalist Party or now?
Honourable Member,
I'm a little bit
that's
confused.
not a point of order. That's a point
confused.
that you can debate at a later stage, but not now.
She was in the Nationalist Party.
Take your seat, Honourable
She
Member.
can't accuse us.
Take your seat.
We're liberating ourselves.
Take your seat, Honourable Member. Continue, Honourable Member.
Despite severe budgetary constraints and competing social needs,
Order, Honourable Members.
government demonstrated its commitment to strengthening the university sector through Vote 15 in the current financial year. University education was allocated the largest chunk of the higher education budget. It receives close to 40 million, with an increase of 12.7% in real terms from last year. And let me just focus on the steep increase of NSFAS funding for loans and bursaries to students. 11.215 billion is allocated to students. That shows commitment. We do need more funding for this sector, but money alone cannot fix it. We need a combined effort and all-round commitment from government, universities, the private sector, and students, as well as their parents, to overcome some of the challenges. Let me name some of them. Too few black graduates choose a career in academia. The NGAP program introduced last year will hopefully begin to address this problem. Secondly, NSFAS funding helps to expand access, but fee structures at universities will have to be regulated. It does not help that government puts extra money in NSFAS, but fees keep rising. So therefore, we welcome the appointment of the Commission. Thirdly, male-dominated leadership structures at most universities suggest that women still face a glass ceiling when it comes to leadership positions at universities. Councils will have to address this issue. Fourthly, our throughput rate remains poor. It is improved, but it remains poor, which suggests that additional academic programs for support for students will have to be introduced at institutional level. The high student dropout rate and poor throughput rates costs our country dearly. It is a very serious waste of human and financial resources.
Honourable Member, your time is now expired.
In conclusion,
No, your time is expired, Honourable Member. Thank you.
should take the lead in transforming society and embrace constitutional values. I thank you.
The next speaker is the Honourable Simang.
The IFP supports this budget vote. But the following observations are made.
Order, Honourable Members.
I doubt that the department has a good story to tell after the 2015 academic year saw a massive number of students embarking on what they proclaim is their right following the ANC government's failure to fulfill promises made to South Africa 2 decades ago. The fees must fall protest forced this department and government to act after students had resorted to disruptions and violence, which brought higher education and training to a standstill last year. But yet again, in 2016, the fees have not fallen. The NSFAS is not a bursary, but a loan. This kind of action threatens the National Development Plan. Now one is left thinking, when will the National Treasury and the department be concluding its work for finding funds so that we can all see the light at the end of the tunnel and so prevent more panic and chaos amongst mostly the needy and deserving students come 2017. Honorable Chairperson, we would like to say to the government that university education is forbiddingly expensive. However, as far as South Africa is concerned, the government is largely responsible for the spiraling university costs. Back in 1994, this country had 115 colleges of education. These were ideal for teaching training because teaching is a practical profession not geared towards university training, which is more theoretical and research-oriented. The same could be said of nursing, which by its very nature needs to be near a hospital because the ward is your research laboratory. Despite the practical culture of these professions, the ANC-led government decided to close down all these facilities and left the university to be the only channel to follow for all post-school qualifications. Most of the 115 teacher training colleges charged their students less than half of what is charged by universities. With regard to student nurses, rather than they paying any fees, They were the ones who were paid a monthly stipend by the nursing colleges. In fact, South Africa is the only country in the world which made the university the only avenue for post-school education and training. What the country needs are more artisans than graduates. Why is it necessary for a plumber or an electrician to have a university degree? As things stand, many of the graduates are told by prospective employers that they are overqualified for their purpose. I would even argue that the current minister, Honorable Nzimande, acknowledges some of these facts. For instance, he has recognized, he has reconfigured many of the so-called community colleges into TVET colleges, which are about technical and vocational training.
Honorable Member,
I
your
thank
time
you.
has now expired. Thank you. The next speaker is the Honorable Kubisa.
House Chairperson, honorable members, honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and all. There can be no doubt that higher education has a very important role towards producing skilled citizenry. And quality-free higher education is an ideal we aspire to and which we must pursue continuously until it becomes a reality. For the 2016-2017 financial year, the department received a total allocation of 49.2 billion, and the National Freedom Party believes that this amount is inadequate, taking into consideration the desperate need we have for quality higher education and training in our country. It is for this reason that the National Freedom Party supports this budget. An overview of submissions made to the Portfolio Committee for the report tabled here today shows a hive of activity in the Department of Higher Education and Training. Programs are being renamed and realigned and new ones created, yet our students remain grossly disadvantaged by the bureaucratic incompetence and red tape. Honorable Minister, we have a responsibility to keep the ship afloat, no matter what it takes. Let this ship not sink. Several of our sitters are still not performing well, and the state of our TVET colleges leave a lot to be desired. Our student dropout rate at all institutions of higher learning remain alarmingly high. Student debt is soaring, and funding continues to be a flashpoint of student discontent. When we add to this bleak picture burning issues, such as the lack of adequate accommodation for our students, continued incidents of racism, and campus security issues, then it becomes clear that the department has a long way to go before it can claim its core mandate is being attended to with any measure of success. Honorable Minister, we support transformation of councils, we support transformation of senates, we support transformation of faculties, colleges, department, and curricula at TVET and universities. That is a must. Institutional freedom, academic freedom are fundamental, basic human rights enshrined in our Constitution, but they should not be used as a hive to harbor remnants and vestiges of racism. We don't need racism in our universities. But having said that, Honorable Minister, we don't want to see libraries, laboratories, and other buildings destroyed because we don't want that. They must not be destroyed. We need these institutions. We don't want to see students. We don't want to see students raped at universities. We don't want any sexual abuse at the universities and colleges. We don't need that. The National Freedom Party is particularly perturbed by the current practice where students do not get their certificates or degrees because they have not paid their tuition fees, and where students are blacklisted for outstanding fees owed. Minister, the Initiative Freedom Party clearly says to you today, education is not a consumer commodity that can be bought and sold. Education is a right and a necessity. Please try treating it as such. In addition, we wish to express our disappointment at the TVET College, which remain under-resourced. The allocation of vocational and continuing education and training has decreased by more than 5% in nominal terms, which means that even less money will be available to sustain
Honorable
this valuable
Khulisa.
component of further education and training.
Honorable
Our country
Khulisa.
does not need university graduate. We
Honorable
also
Khulisa,
need skilled
your time
artisans.
is up.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nzimande, Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Posa, Honorable Members of Parliament, the DG of the department and senior officials, heads and CEOs of post-school education and training institutions and public entities, student organizations, my special guests, comrades and friends. It gives me great pleasure to address you on this august occasion of the 7th budget vote debate for higher education and training. Today, the 21st of April, marks the 27th anniversary of the Chinese student uprising in 1989, and I cannot stop but reflect on our very own experience here in South Africa. In recent times, we have observed persistent and at times violent protests in the higher education sector. Some of the student protests entailed advancement of legitimate student interests and aspirations, whilst others seem to have been intended to destabilize the sector and vandalize our institutions. We urge the silent majority of students, parents, and communities to be vigilant and to protect these institutions, which are abiding carriers of hope for a prosperous future for our youth. Honorable Chairperson, let me start with the work we are doing in the area of artisan development. We have only traversed 2 wonderful years of the Decade of the Artisan since its inauguration in February 2014, and a lot of remarkable strides have been made to advance Vision 2030 in relation to the production of artisanal skills. 53,667 artisans have been produced between 2011 and 15, exceeding our target of 45,000 by 8,667. In this financial year, we aim to produce over 21,000 skilled artisans, and this is a significant step towards meeting the target of the National Development Plan of producing 30,000 artisans per annum per year. Honorable members, this demonstrates our focus to expedite the production of artisans, technicians, and technologists as articulated in the White Paper for Post-School Education and Training System and the National Development Plan. In this connection, we will strive to continually improve the quality of training programs offered in the technical and vocational education and training sector, as well as expanding the institutional footprint to match the growing intake of students as we make TVET colleges institutions of first choice for our youth. One of my special guests is Simpiwe Hlope from the rural Sibanesetfu campus of the Gersibande TVET College, who comes from a poor family at Efeni and whose mother is wheelchair-bound, who obtained 20 distinctions out of a possible 21 over the 3-year period of his NCV electrical engineering program. Simpiwe has expressed his gratitude to government for creating opportunities for rural students from financially poor homes. In his words, he said, and I quote, "I would not have been able to achieve these results without the DHET bursary and the amazing support that I received from the college and especially from my lecturers," close quote. Indeed, we will follow your future career with interest in Simpiwe, as we are certain that this will put you on a good stead to change the situation at home for the better. Honorable members, we're effectively shifting the narrative that the TVET sector is producing skills that are not responsive to the ever-changing complex market needs through collaborative partnerships with industries. Of the 50 public TVET colleges, almost half of those have been adopted by industry. We need to expand and deepen partnerships between TVET colleges and industry, as the minister has alluded. Every public college must be matched with a particular industry, especially in relation to their training niche areas. We thank the sitters for the work they are doing in this space. Honorable Chairperson, on Apply Now and Career Guidance, we have already commenced with a campaign targeting far-flung rural and township schools, where we are encouraging high school learners to apply on time for admission to post-school institutions and thus avert possible stampedes and long queues that take place at the beginning of each academic year. The career guidance component of the campaign seeks to inform learners about career choices available within the post-school education and training sector, and in this regard, we are promoting the list of 100 occupations in high demand that was released by the minister in November 2014, targeting grade 9 to 12 learners. We launched the 2016 leg of the campaign in the month of March at Dumbe in Paul Petersburg, KwaZulu-Natal, and we have already visited the rural Lady Frey area in the Eastern Cape, with 5 more provinces to visit: Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga, Free State, and the Northern Cape before the end of September 2016. On our HIV/AIDS program, the department has a campaign dubbed First Things First, administered by Higher Education AIDS under the stewardship of Dr. Ramnik Alwalia. This program provides comprehensive health and wellness services varying from HIV testing and TB screening, reproductive rights, contraception, maternal health, breast and cervical cancer, and lifestyle diseases, amongst others. Through this program, multitudes of students are testing for HIV, screening for TB, and other related communicable diseases annually. The program has covered 174,000 students and workers in 2015 alone, and students who tested for HIV are 79% more than those who tested the previous year. This afternoon, I have invited a young female student enrolled for a Bachelor of Education at CPUT, Ms. Unati Beme, who is among us in the gallery. While studying at the University of Western Cape, she's tested HIV positive through the First Things First program, and because she couldn't come to terms with her HIV status, she felt very devastated and dropped out. But through AIDS, continuous counseling and support services, she eventually enrolled, and she's now left with 1 year to complete her studies at CPUT. She's one of our ambassadors, encouraging students to know their status and giving them counseling and support. We also have in our midst Ms. Togozile Kabashe, another student from Durban, University of Technology. That's because she gave me the permission to do so. Ms. Kabashe, who is also living positively with HIV, a survivor of sexual and gender-based violence. She received comprehensive support, including trauma counseling services, and she has now learned to share her status openly and continued with her studies and ultimately became an ambassador to the program. She is now turning the lives of many other gender-based violence survivors and helping hundreds of other students who are still failing to accept their HIV status. At this point, Honorable Chairperson, and in light of the developments at Rhodes University, we wish to condemn the abuse of women, and we say no to rape and violence in our educational institutions. I have now asked HATES to strengthen their women and men empowerment programs in order to respond more effectively to issues of gender-based violence, rape, sexual harassment, teenage pregnancy, and other issues that affect particularly our female students in the post-school system. Ultimately, the HATES program must pay dividends in terms of better student pass rates, lower dropout rates, and higher throughput rate. On disability, as I highlighted in my last budget speech, that the minister had appointed a ministerial committee to develop the strategic disability policy framework for the PSET system. This committee has made key advances in their work, and the policy framework will soon be released for public comment. Honorable Chairperson, we are making tremendous strides in the area of ICT, where our institutions are awakened and discovering new and exciting teaching and learning methodologies in and outside the lecturing room. The African National Congress remains committed to ensuring that a significant proportion of our population that remains locked out of the mainstream economy benefits from an inclusive economy through expanded access to quality post-school education and training. Let me once again thank the President for having placed his confidence in me to contribute to the education and skilling of our people, the Minister of Higher Education and Training for his continued support and guidance, the DGs, senior officials, and staff of the department, the Chief of Staff in the ministry, Mrs. Mwabe, my Head of Office, Advocate Malale, and the entire ministry staff, thank you for your valuable support and for making it possible for us to traverse a worthy trajectory. My family and friends, thank you for your unflinching support. Honorable members, our efforts are visible for all to observe, and we remain single-mindedly committed to achieve Vision 2030. As Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, and I quote, "Greatness is not in where we stand, but in what direction we are moving. We must sail sometimes with the wind and sometimes against it. But sail we must, and not drift nor lie at anchor." Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Siwela.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members, distinguished guests, good afternoon. Chairperson, this budget debate takes place barely 3 months before the local government elections, and it is important that we report to South Africans what the ANC-led government has done and achieved so far. There are loud voices in the opposition benches, especially from the DA and the EFF, that seeks to bedevil the ANC, and that will not go unchallenged. It is either that the DA or the EFF should ignore what the ANC government has achieved, or they are deliberately ignorant. Let me begin by complimenting the Ministry of Higher Education and Training for the successful migration of the FET colleges from provincial management to national management. The migration of these functions was a massive undertaking, and now we truly have a national strategy for technical and vocational education and training that integrates education. The minister has separated TVET and community education and training colleges into 2 branches, each led by a DDG. TVET colleges will be indispensable in boosting South Africa's competitiveness and in turn our economy. Technical and vocational education and training is essential for improving the productivity of our people and promotes entrepreneurship, again a bonus to our economy. The announcement by the president of the building of 12 new campuses and the refurbishment of 4 existing campuses, all in rural areas in KZN, Limpopo, and the Eastern Cape, bears testimony to the expansion skills in our country. 3 of these campuses, namely Tabazimbi, Gandla, and Bambanane, are to be completed later this year. This again demonstrates our resolve to ensure that skills development contributes to inclusive economic growth. The TVET management posts that have been inherited as vacant for a considerable time are being filled speedily by the department. The NDP and the white paper on post-school education and training sets impressive targets for growing the TVET sector. While the department's budget increased in double-digit growth, the growth is mainly in the university program at about 20% in nominal terms, and the TVET budget grows only by 4.1% in nominal terms. While we understand a big increase in the university budget, the negative real growth in the TVET budget is of great concern. TVET colleges are notorious for the low throughput rate, particularly in the NCV programs, and this should be a concern to all of us. The funds invested in TVET may go down the drain with nothing to show for it. This investment should not be wasted, as it will waste our economy and will not have the capable workforce that is skilled and productive. In our engagement with the department, concerns were raised about the insufficient investment for the student numbers enrolled and that the projected NDP and APP targets may not be reached. This should not deter us from investing in the TVET sector so that the set targets can be achieved. Honorable members, in August 2015, there was a backlog of 236,821 certificates outstanding for about 129,526 qualifying learners. This problem had accumulated over a number of years. The portfolio committee was concerned about this situation as it denied our young people who had qualified their certificates. The problem was related to the inability of the SETA to process the result, leading to Umalusi not being able to certify. The portfolio committee called the department, Umalusi, and the SETA to a meeting and requested that an emergency plan be put in place. I am happy to report that as of 6 April 2016, the backlog of certificates over a number of years has been significantly reduced. This means that in these few months, the certificate backlogs has been reduced by 258%, and that of learners affected by 148. The CEO of the SETA, Umalus, and the department must be commended for this sterling performance. Chairperson, we know that the department has systematic issues in the TVET sector, and their strategies aims to improve learning and teaching, management, governance, leadership, and financial management. Honorable members, the TVET program will also focus on the following initiatives in the 2016 MTF: expansion of access and improvement in success, development of new and revision of existing steering mechanisms, implementing of and reporting on the new monitoring and evaluation framework, expansion of and reporting on the maintenance of the college
Your time is up.
infrastructure. The ANC support the budget.
Thank you very much. Honorable Albert.
Chairperson, thank you. Higher education must add value to an individual's life, that of their local communities and to the country as a whole. However, as it stands, today's higher education is more often than not merely a rubber stamp to a dystopian future. You see, while your institutions inherit students with cognitive deficits created by the Department of Basic Education, your department exacerbates the problems by way of interventions that are based on ideology and not pedagogy as follows. Firstly, we find the ideological mindset of access at all costs. When the ANC promised the students free education, they did not think that one day the students may draw on that promise and demand its payment. Making promises is easy, but the false ones set the table for revolution. Given this country's dire financial position, it is very difficult to see if the ANC is going to find the funds to keep their promises. The students have called their bluff and fomented revolution against a revolutionary minister who now finds himself in an ironic position of defending the current order whilst the melody of Blade Must Fall is ringing in his ears. The free education mantra, coupled with low standards in basic education and low standards of entry into universities, have now conspired into a perfect storm where too many people are applying for access to universities with a completely warped sense of hope that they will be accommodated. In that sense, one can understand their extreme frustration. The fact is that too many students try to access university education when the country is in dire need of artisans. Secondly, university standards. There is a clear trend of lower standards within universities themselves, and many students who manage to complete their studies also enter the labor market under the illusion that they are now ready. I know of lecturers who were instructed by university authorities to pass failing students to ensure better pass rates. Thirdly, university autonomy. The minister's draft legislation takes charge of some of universities' traditional powers, is the start of a slippery slope to the complete undermining of the essential nature of the university as a non-captive institution. A university without autonomy is not a university, but a mere tool of state indoctrination and manufacture of silence and consent. Lastly, moedertaalonderrig. Die minister sal moet begin begryp dat moedertaalonderrig in die voorgraadse fases die enigste lewensvatbare opsie is vir hoë kwaliteit onderrig, en dit kan verskaf word deur onderrig stelselmatig in al die amptelike tale moontlik te maak sonder om Afrikaans uit te faseer soos wat tans plaasvind. Die waarde van moedertaalonderrig is wetenskaplik bewys en beteken dat die minister meer sal moet spandeer in die akademiese ontwikkeling van swart amptelike tale en die skepping van leerruimtes vir die taalsprekers. Die verengelsing van die universiteite wat tans gebeur is 'n blote verskraling van ons inheemse tale en kulture teen die gees van die grondwet in. Minister, as you can see, your department does need revolutionary changes to take place to fix the tertiary education system, but not quite the revolution you had in mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Albert. Honorable Kadimeng.
Mohlomphegi modulasetulo, letona la tša thuto mohlomphegi Blade Nzimande, motlatša letona mohlomphegi Mduduzi Manana, maloko a thuto le komiti baeng ba rena, ke a le dumediša. The ANC support budget vote 15. Ere ntumelele modulasetulo ke tšweletše taba ya ka gore thuto ke tlhobolo ya tlhomo ya ntlha dibedi yeo e hlabago kobo le moruki wa yona. Fa re bolela ka community education and training, the ANC-led government education and training policies aim to address social and economic challenges facing the country. These include continuing inequality, poverty, a high unemployment rate, persisting underdevelopment in many parts of our country, and a stubborn legacy of Bantu education and skill shortages. One of the results of these challenges is the existence of million young people who are currently not employed and not educated or not in the training. Comprehensive plans have been developed and implemented by the ANC government. The overcome of the above-mentioned challenges. These comprehensive plans include the white paper on post-school education and training. In 2011, the ministerial task team was commissioned to conceptualize a workable institutional model for community education and training. These community education and training centers represent a third tier of institutions along universities, technical vocational education and training colleges. Cognizance must be taken that the 2013 white paper for post-school education and training provide a rationale for the establishment of a community college system. And it states, I quote, "The education of training system must find ways to cater for the needs of the millions of adults and youth who are unemployed, poorly educated, and not studying. This expansion of the university and college system will make an important difference, but will not be sufficient to meet all the needs. In any case, they are not designed for this. These are many who would not qualify for enter a university or a technical and vocational education and colleges," close quote. In 2015, a new institutional type, the community college, were established. 9 of such colleges were established and 1 in each province. The introduction of community college as a new institutional type is envisaged to play a pivotal role in contributing to improved levels of educational attainments among youth and adults. These are multi-campus institutions which cluster the public adult learning centers. They are permitted to enter into partnership with community-owned or private institutions in order to enhance their capacity to meet the education and training and needs of the youth and the adults. Chairperson, we know that the department planned to develop a national curriculum policy for community colleges, to have an annual plan for education, training, and development improvement plan for community education and training. We are hoping these plans will go a long way in improving quality education. With regards to the budget, the program was allocated 2.0 billion for 2016-17, which represents 4.0% of the total higher education and training budget. The budget increased to 2.4 billion in 2018-19. The budget has increased by 4.39% in real terms. And the budget is shared among the 4 sub-programs, and the bulk of which will be 1.8 billion, which will go to sub-program 2, Community Education and Training College System. We are hoping this, with the allocated budget, the department will be able to achieve both direct and indirect predetermined targets. Chairperson, Minister Nzimande announced in his 2015 budget speech that he will reconfigure the vocational education and training branch to create 2 branches responsible for TVET sector and community education and training sector. In this financial year, the minister has indeed established 2 branches by splitting the Vicent branch into technical and vocational education and training program and community education and training branch.
Honorable Nkadime.
There will be a dedicated forum.
Honorable Nkadime.
Moshomo o tshaba diatla, re a leboga. Ndula stu.
Thank you. Honorable Mkono. Mkono.
Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members, the department, the academia, ladies and gentlemen, I greet you. We as the ANC support the budget as
Point
tabled.
of order, Chair. I just want to get clarity. Has the order on speakers changed?
I don't know, the one that I was given, is that's the order.
The next one is supposed to be Akhang.
My minutes.
It's Akhang, PAC, your branch called APC,
Order.
and then
Order,
the
honorable members.
Democratic
Can I explain to you?
There's a big problem.
No, there's no problem.
There is a problem. The ANC speakers are 4. Who? All at the same time.
Honorable members. Order, honorable members.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ntabiseng. Honorable members. The parties that are listed there, that's the order that's supposed to be. Ahang didn't give us a name, so they forfeit their space. No, they're not, they didn't give it to the next one. The next one after Ahang is ANC. Honorable members, let me tell you something. When time is allocated, it is up to the party. If ANC wants to fill 8 people who will speak 2 minutes each, is fine, they will have 8 people. I've got the list here. After Ahang, it is ANC, and then Ahang, ANC, and then PAC, then APC. Oh. Honorable, can you please continue?
My minutes, Chair. My minutes.
Honorable Kubis.
Chairperson, I think it will be prudent that we be informed of the change of the order, because it happened again between Professor Msimango and Honorable Killian, and we saw it happening. I thought I was also following Professor Msimango, and there was a bit of a change there.
On your list, honorable members, who's written for Ahang? Who is written for PAC? No, please continue.
We as the ANC support the budget as tabled. South Africa has had a history of high unemployment rate since the apartheid era, in particular amongst the youth. This challenge is further compounded by the fact that some sectors of the economy are shedding jobs as a result of economic difficulties. It is against this background that the ANC in its SONA and 2016 election manifesto has also prioritized job creation and the promotion of job placement, especially for the youth. The Deputy President, in his address at the second Human Resource Development Council Summit, had this to say, I quote, "No country can achieve economic growth without paying attention to its skills development of its people. Skills grow the economy, they create jobs, and skills raise standards of living and reduce inequality." Honorable members, our country has good policies in place for education and training, as well as for skills development. Members, we are making inroads in building bridges between the world of work and training. In December 2015, the department released a list of occupations in high demand in supporting planning processes. We urge the sitters to take note of the list and start training our young people in the identified occupations. The Government Skills Development Act and Skills Levies Act has made it possible to fund the National Skills Development System. Despite the fiscal constraints, the direct charges against the National Skills Fund and the sector education and training authorities have increased from 14.6 billion in 2015-16 to 17.6 billion. Out of the 17.6 billion investment, 14.1 billion is allocated to the sitters, and the 3.5 billion is for NSF. We also welcome the improved performance of many of the sitters in developing their performance indicators and targets as reported by the Auditor General South Africa. Members, in our previous engagement with sitters, they all expressed underfunding constraints. With due respect, Honorable Msimang, the issue of artisan development is our baby as the ANC and is adequately addressed in the NDP and also articulated in the policies of the department. The NDP has set a target of 30,000 artisans per annum, increasing work placement, and that sitters should meet the required standard of governance. As the committee, we have noted that the department has been doing well in this regard and has exceeded the target. We also appreciate the role played by sitters on learnerships and bursaries. Workplace-based learning program regulations will be approved in this current financial year. This is critical in ensuring that candidates placed in the workplaces are there to learn. Honorable members, NSF continued to play a catalytic role in skills development for the country, and the following has been achieved so far. The new medical and veterinary facilities built in the University of Pretoria, the work integrated facility for engineers in the UJ, and the new renewable energy training facility in Cape Peninsula University, which is the first of its kind in Southern Africa. 164.7 million was invested in students studying towards becoming chartered accountants. 169 projects were funded. 62,617 learners have benefited in NSF-funded projects from universities, TVETs, and in the workplace-based training sectors from all provinces, including Western Cape. Funding of Transnet School of Engineering by 175 million. Kuyakhombisa ukuthi siyasebenza. The sector chairperson is not without challenges. Some of the challenges identified include learner dropout and governance. The NSA and the envisaged new sitter landscape will help to overcome these challenges. In conclusion, Chair, let me commend the ministry for sending 21 young people to Sao Paulo in Brazil to take part in the World Skills International Competition.
Honorable Mkono.
Once again,
Honorable Mkono, your time is up.
we support the budget. We urge you to vote for the ANC in the local government. Hashtag Uzuma Utembeni na. I thank you.
Honorable Mkono, that was out of order. Wait, honorable members, I just want to clarify this thing. If you count the ANC time, it comes to the same time that they have. They have 37 minutes. No, it's not 38. It's not 38, it's 37 minutes. It's 10 for the chairperson, and then it was 6 for Killian. It was 5 for Siwela, 5 from Kadimeng, and 5 from Mkono. It comes to 37 minutes. Thank you. Honorable Kasim.
Honorable Chairperson, the budget before us today is an insult to the tens of thousands of students who rose up in October last year, black and white, rich and poor, with one call: free quality education for the poor. Yet today we are asked to consider a budget which isn't even worth the paper that it is written on. A budget that solves nothing. And yet ANC MPs, one by one, will come up here, as they have done, and support it, just like they did to defend President Jacob Zuma. In fact, just look at what Honorable Suela came up and said. Honorable Suela comes up and says he's here to tell us about what the ANC government has done. I wasn't aware that Honorable Suela was employed as a spokesperson for the department, and that is part of the problem here today. This budget, Honorable Chairperson, is nothing more than a band-aid over a gunshot wound. It does nothing to prevent an estimated double-digit fee increase for next year. State subsidies to universities continue to decline in real terms, and NSFAS remains grossly underfunded and incapable of covering the full cost of studies, and TVET colleges will receive an infrastructure grant to the value of exactly R0. I'm sure that's a number Honorable Nzimande can count. Seemingly, you enjoyed fees must fall. You were having fun because you want to pass a budget that is going to bring it back. You have the majority as the ANC, and it's your prerogative to do so. But understand something, you do so at your own peril. Because the fees must fall that will come again with this type of a budget will be worse than your worst nightmares. And this time around, it will happen in July. That will cause you to fall in a further 3 major metros. This budget, Honorable Chairperson, is a product of a useless minister. On the few rare occasions that Honorable Blade has actually attended the Portfolio Committee, his cluelessness...
Can you withdraw that thing off for useless?
Chair, I am reflecting on his performance, not on his character. It is parliamentary.
That's his character.
No.
Speaker.
It is a let me rephrase. No, let me rephrase.
Honorable Kasim, that's his character.
Chairperson. The performance of a minister is surely a matter for debate. Yes. It's not about his person.
That's an attack on his character. It's not on his.
It's on his performance.
It's his performance. Listen to what I'm saying.
Honorable Kasim,
it's on his performance, not on his character.
Honorable Kasim. I'm clarifying you, Chair. It's not on his character. It's on his performance.
That is on his character. Withdraw.
I'm not going to withdraw that.
Then
I'm going to rephrase. I'm going to rephrase so that he can clarify it.
I say withdraw.
Chairperson.
It is a product of a minister's useless performance. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That is what I'm saying. I can
Honorable Kasim.
Chairperson. Chairperson.
Honorable Kasim.
Can I address you, please?
Can I speak? I have not. I heard you. You said to the useless minister. You're rephrasing it now. No, I'm saying withdraw. I didn't say rephrase. Withdraw. I don't care whether I rephrase. I say withdraw.
Chair, I withdraw and rephrase it as such. That it is the product of a minister that has a useless performance. Maybe you can understand that. Because the few times that he has come to our portfolio committee, very few times, he comes to us and he says, we need your assistance as parliament to get more funds. But he knows very well that it is the ANC, maybe now the Guptas, that is running parliament. And it was so easy to instruct your MPs to defend President Jacob Zuma, but when it comes to getting more funds in the budget, it becomes impossible. It is only a minister with useless performance that has no relevance in his own party, that cannot muster the political capital to get his government to make the necessary funds available in this budget. Perhaps his focus should not be on fattening his cronies in the SACP, but should be, he wouldn't be the curse that he is to students. Everything he does.
Yeah.
Can you allow me to speak, Chair?
Order. Order.
Yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The ANC speakers are announcing themselves as Gupta, Gupta. We can't even hear the speaker on the floor. They keep on saying we are Gupta, we are Gupta. Now we can't hear.
Honorable members.
Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson.
Honorable Kasim, please
What?
continue. Continue.
Chairperson, no, excuse me.
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, the Honorable Manana over there, the Honorable Deputy Minister, has referred to my colleague as a Gupta. And you can see they continue. You can see they continue. You can see they continue.
Order, honorable members.
The Honorable Manana.
Honorable members, I can't even hear the point of order.
The Honorable Manana is making a racist comment, and I would say that you should ask him to withdraw that. You're a racist with making that comment. He must withdraw.
What?
The Honorable Manana must withdraw referring to members on this. Can I finish?
Honorable members, I can't hear.
You can have your turn. Just wait.
Withdraw what, honorable members?
The Honorable Manana referred to the DA speaker as a Gupta. That is racist to equate somebody in the opposition as a member of the Gupta family just because of his race. That's racist, and you are a racist.
Honorable members, all of you, honorable members from both sides, I cannot hear. Honorable Deputy Minister, did you say that?
Chair, I didn't say he's a Gupta. I said he looks like one of the Gupta family members.
Chairperson, that is even more racist. You need to make him withdraw. That is racist, and he must withdraw that. Can I comment on how you look?
Gupta brothers.
Should I comment on how you look?
Order, honorable members.
Chairperson, is there something wrong when a person looks like the other person? There's nothing wrong. He looks like the Gupta brothers. I will take you from your chair whether to withdraw and whether you view that as a racist comment.
Honorable.
Madam Chair.
No. Honorable members, you all making noise to shout Gupta on the left and Gupta on the right. No. I don't think it is right, honorable members. Honorable Deputy Minister, please withdraw that.
I withdraw unconditionally.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kasim, please continue.
How can I continue in there? You must
time.
control the house.
You're wasting your time.
Chair, you have to protect the speaker. And you must get order on that side.
No.
Otherwise, we will make it unruly for you.
No. Honorable members, Honorable Kasim, I said continue. You
Honorable
address the
Chairperson,
House and
you said continue.
don't address the individuals.
I said
address the
Honorable
House.
Chairperson.
Yes, continue.
Honorable Chairperson, it is because Honorable Manana makes a joke of this budget debate that the students of the University of Fort Hare chased him away twice and he was running away. It is because of that.
A point of order. On a point of order, Chair.
Honorable Deputy
You will
Minister.
rule me out of order if this is not a point of order. I was not chased away at Fort Hare. I went to Fort Hare to campaign and to support,
Honorable
campaign
Deputy Minister.
SASCO. I was not chased away.
Honorable Deputy Minister, please sit down. That's not a point of order. Honorable Kasim, please continue.
Honorable Chairperson, this Honorable Minister has done in everything that he has done to set up poor black students to fail. When state subsidies decline, leading to cuts in student services and fee increases, you are setting up poor black students to fail. When students go into examinations without textbook allowances and without meal allowances, you are setting up poor black students to fail. When you take away 341 million rand that was meant for historically disadvantaged institutions, you are setting up poor black students to fail. When you can't even fund the transport allowances for those NSFAS students in TVET colleges, you are setting up those poor black students to fail. Even his bid-piece intervention of registering unfunded NSFAS qualifying students at universities with no funding to assist them to succeed academically is setting up those students to fail. I wonder, Honorable Chairperson, does it even bother him that up to 60% of NSFAS beneficiaries never graduate, yet ended up riddled with debt that will follow them until they die? I know that this minister is going to come to this podium in a short while, and he's going to speak with the most irrelevant responses because this debate is a joke to him like it has always been. But we are not worried. Don't even bother. Don't even bother us with your lame jokes, because we are going to see you in July and we are going to see you in August, and it's not going to be funny for you anymore.
Honorable Kasim. Honorable Kekana.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, Members of Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, the starting point is something very important. When Professor Honorable Pozzoli said, if the DA was in charge, they'll do better. You know, the first thing that came to my mind is, the DA, by the way, is not a new party. It was there before. It might have changed names. It might have changed names like a chameleon, but in truth it was in the past PFP, United Party, before 1948. And during its era, it didn't take responsibility of educating people of South Africa. That was the era of mission schools before 1948, because Liberal Party, United Party, never took any responsibility to educate people. Its interest was what it is up to today. It was to extract mineral resources, agricultural resources, and send them overseas. They didn't care about the people of South Africa, and that still remains today. The second point I want to make, which is very important, Honorable Mpata, when you say our minister is a communist, be careful, because remember, South Africa is not a communist itself. The resources of South Africa are still in the hands of the few. And I thought you'd know that point, because if the resources, if the resources were in the hands of the government, we could actually avail them to education. And like the Freedom Charter has said, all doors of learning will be free to all. But the argument that we're making is that it is still in the hands of those that the DA represent
the white bourgeois class in South Africa. The third point I want to make.
Chairperson.
I heard a lot of murmuring when the minister was
Honorable
saying.
Kekana, please, can you please? Yes, Honorable Member.
Chairperson.
Please check my minutes there.
No, Chairperson. I'm a bit confused. I thought the Guptas had everything and they belong to the ANC, not to the DA.
That's not a point of order. Honorable Kekana, please continue.
When the minister said there is a medical school in Limpopo for the first time in South Africa, there was a lot of murmuring that, 60 students. The point is, if you check the history of all universities in South Africa, they all started very small. You know, a university is like a baby. You're not born a man with beard and mustaches. You grow. You are born a baby and you grow with time. The University of the North started with theology and teaching. The University of Wits, in order to support mining industry,
Honorable
started
Kekana,
with a small
Honorable
population.
Kekana, can you just pause, please? There's a point of order. What's the point of order,
I
Honorable
just
Member?
want to check, is it parliamentary to talk about men's mustache here?
Oh, no, Honorable Member. Honorable Member.
No.
Honorable Member, we'll check. I didn't hear that remark.
He came across.
I will check and we'll deal with it. But conclude now, Honorable Kekana.
Okay, in conclusion, I just want to say, with the available resources that are available to the ANC government, 9 billion last year for NSFAS, 7 billion has been made available to students free of charge because the loans that were there were converted, about a total of 7 billion, into free bursaries when they passed. And as a result, this issue of free education is very important to us for the poor, but I'm just saying to South Africans, just for DA, let it not mislead you, because they don't have a history of doing development in this country. And actually, if there's no proof of the DA in the past, when they were ruling, if there's no proof and evidence that they could develop South Africa, what will make them change today, because their ideology is still the same?
Honorable
Thank
Kekana.
you very much.
Thank you. Order. I now invite the Honorable the Minister of Higher Education and Training.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. Firstly, I would just like to thank all our entities for being here. We apologize, we can't have our normal cocktail afterwards because things and times are difficult. But I want to appreciate the fact that you have come in your numbers today. I won't be having a chance to actually thank you afterwards. Let me also congratulate SASCO for its rolling victories in the SRC elections. And they have taken Gauteng completely. Huh? Many TVET colleges.
Order, honorable members.
And the students are making their choices as to who is best able to lead them. Let me thank also Honorable Posa for your leadership of the Portfolio Committee and all the members of the study group of the ANC who spoke this afternoon. We really appreciate your suggestions and weaknesses that we have pointed out, which we will work together. Today I have the easiest of replies. The DA said absolutely nothing. Honorable Member Pozzoli, maybe we will listen to you one day when you tell us what did you do or transform at Wits University when you were the Deputy Vice Chancellor there. You will have to account and tell us one day, what did you do to address the many things that you are actually complaining about? My guess is that you were possibly part of reinforcing rather than transforming some of those matters. Honorable Kasim, I would suggest that actually the DA should redeploy you from this committee. Because you are not making any, it's a lot of hot air. We are an angry young man. At this age, if we are so angry, really, the DA has to look after you because it's a problem. It's a problem.
Order, honorable members.
It's not worth it. I've always said this thing, by the way, to the DA, and I repeat it. You say you care for poor black students. Bright students from Khayelitsha, from rural areas in the Western Cape, can't take free bursaries to go and study as doctors in Cuba. For free. We are not sending them. Because of your ideological problems, we are depriving poor black kids of an opportunity to becoming doctors. We are really, by rejecting this budget, the whole country is realizing, out of what we have said and outlined today, by rejecting this budget, we are rejecting progress as the Democratic Alliance.
Honorable member, don't shout, please.
Let me thank all those parties, the IFP, the NFP, who supported, other than the ANC, who supported our budget. Uyabona-ke, Honorable Mbatha, ngifuna ukukhuluma nawe sengiqeda ngesintu. Into yokuqala nje, ey'nkingeni ey'ningi esinazo emanyuvesi.
Point of order, Chair. There is no translation.
Honorable,
no translation.
Honorable member, there is
No translation.
order. Order.
There's no translation for you.
Order, honorable members. Honorable Minister, let me just address
There's no
this.
translation for Kasim.
No, there is English translation coming through. Honorable Mbatha, and switch off the mic, please. Conclude, Honorable Minister.
Ey'nkingeni esinazo emanyuvesi ethu zokuphazamisa ukufunda zidalwa yi-EFF. Lento into eyenza ukuthi siphathe kabi. Umholi wenu uyahamba uyafunda uyogreda yena. U-Honorable Shibambu uyogreda. UNdlozi wenza iziqu zakhe zobudokotela. Kodwa nivimba abantwana egameni le-EFF ukuthi bangafundi bagraduate, kugraduate nina njengabaholi kuphela. Inkinga leyo. Enye into okangifuna ukuyisho. Kade ke ngakutshela mina Shandu ngathi ngizalwa inyanga mfowethu. Futhi ngiyinsizwa yasegxa eD. Benifuna ukungimashela namhlanje alinanga izulu ligila umhlola kwangena ilokhuzana ukuthi hayi.
Order, honorable members. Order.
And says, kungena email DM.
Order, honorable members.
Yathi hayi siyaxolisa sakwazi ukuthi lishaya ngempela izulu nganitshela ukuthi ningadlaleli kumina.
Honorable Minister, your time is expired. Order, honorable Minister, your time is expired.
Thank you very much.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Members are reminded that the debate on agriculture, forestry and fisheries will take place in the National Assembly chamber, and the debate on police, including the Independent Police Investigative Directorate budget vote, will take place in the old Assembly chamber. Order, honorable members. That concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.
The House Chairperson.
There will now be a moment of silent prayer and meditation. May we be seated? Good afternoon. I would like to welcome the guests of the minister in the gallery, the women and men in the uniform, and others who I'm sure might be associated with this portfolio in one way or the other, or members of the community that are here. And I would like to also to welcome the team that is here as the support team to the minister and his senior management. I hope we will have a nice and a robust debate, but calm. Yes. Over to you, Minister. Sorry, the secretary will read the order of the day. I think all of us are very anxious to have this debate. The secretary will now read the first order of the day.
Debate on vote number 23, police, including vote number 20, independent police investigative directorate appropriation bill.
Ngizocela ilunga elihloniphekile ungqongqoshe wezamaphoyisa uMnumzana Nhleko.
House Chairperson, Madam, thank you very much, and honored members, thank you very much for this opportunity. I would like to take the opportunity to recognize the presence of the Deputy Minister, Madam Sochu, MECs from different provinces, the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, Mr. Francois Bjorkman, and members of the Portfolio Committee, the Acting National Commissioner, Lieutenant General Pashane, and your management team, the Head of DPCI, General Tlameza, the Acting Executive Director of IPID, Mr. Khamanyane, the Acting Secretariat for Civilian Police, Mr. Apia, the Director and Chairperson of the PCRA Board, the Chair of the Firearms Appeal Board, Mr. Mungwe, the members of the South African Police Services, esteemed guests, fellow South Africans. Somewhere in the beautiful vast landscape of Wamhlabuyalingana stays a granny, a lone defenseless granny whose only hope for protection, as it seems, lies in her God. She lives with the beautiful memories of her once little daughter, who, like many others, went to seek her fortunes in the cities. Today, her daughter works as a teacher in Durban and resides at the very popular township of Wamashu. Ukoko does have beautiful recollections of her grandchildren, one of whom is a graduate of law and is serving articles at a popular law firm in Sentin, closer to her uncle, Umalume Gogo's second-born son, who himself runs a small business on the busy streets of the theater of workman's dream, Johannesburg. Although this family is scattered in the country, there are two very important threads that continue to bond them together. Firstly, it is their blood. Secondly, and similarly quite importantly, the fact that they are under the care and protection of a government that cares. We also tell a story of how Lucinda Evans and her neighbors in Lavender Hills in the Cape Flats always dreaded the onset of the festive season. After all, it is at this time that the gang wars are at their worst, when the already compromised quality of life deteriorates even further. The easy access to alcohol and drugs accentuates the social crimes. December 2015 was no different, and so they thought. They braced themselves for another unfestive season, but their fears did not materialize. Instead, a different war played out, a war for good. Police patrols took over the streets, making it possible for women and children to walk with less trepidation. Children, for a change, took full advantage of the glorious summer and played as children should, with gay abandon. Other criminal elements that looked forward to taking advantage of the season suddenly found themselves having to deal with the law enforcement officers who were out in full force, A sense of tentative peace engulfed the community. In response, Lucinda and her friends turned their efforts at making the lives of the officers on duty easier. They opened their hearts and pulled together their resources to serve warm meals to officers keeping their neighborhoods safe at night. The community made sure that they gave police all the support they needed for effective policing to happen. This is the story of a community and their police. This budget vote is dedicated to all the Lucindas of the world, the unsung heroes and heroines, for playing their part in the cause for humankind. We are a government that heeds to cries and calls for transformation, for safety, and quite simply, for the creation of a more habitable South Africa. A South Africa envisioned by the pioneers of our constitutional democracy, which we so value. It is simple stories such as these that give us the edge and strength to go head on against the triple challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. It is success stories and stories of the pursuit of happiness by ordinary South Africans, living simple lives that propel us to dedicate our lives, to invest our time, and indeed deeply apply our minds to create policy and legislative solutions, clear and practical strategies that seek to create a better life for all. In the most recent weeks, we have successfully stabilized the northern areas of Port Elizabeth through Operation Lockdown. Communities are beginning to tell us that they are now able to sleep at night without fear. We arrested in a matter of hours the murderers who butchered the whole family in Emapeleni in Potchefstroom. Those killers are behind bars as we speak. So are the drug dealers and their acolytes. Drug dealers are caught daily in our airports and ports of entries. These successes are beginning to turn the tide, and there is a positive vibe which is beginning to be felt and affect all our citizens. It is these stories, ladies and gentlemen, that continuously rejuvenate our commitment towards realizing the National Development Plan, a plan that today has improved the livelihood of many South Africans and those who peacefully live with us. In fact, I agree with Mr. Johan Berger, a researcher at the Institute of Security Studies, when he suggests that the NDP is potentially the most important government policy directive in recent years, which, if implemented, could see dramatic improvements, not only in policing, but throughout government. We are convinced that the NDP speaks to the very social moral fiber of our society, what we as Africans call Ubuntu. The NDP, besides emphatic recommendations that the SAPS be demilitarized as soon as possible, it also suggests that there be a review on the organizational cultural reform of the police with a thorough assessment of the effects of militarization, demilitarization, and remilitarization. These recommendations are in fact in line with the notion that one of the most important facets of law enforcement is the treatment of citizens with utmost dignity. Indeed, in agreement with the great theorist and historian, Mikhail Foucault, in his book, Discipline and Punish, when he suggests that, I quote, the need for punishment without torture was first formulated as a need to recognize the humanity of the criminal. Man became the legal limit of power beyond which power, could not act, close quote. This immediately reminds me of the Constitutional Court's findings in the case of the state versus Makwanyane, which abolished the death sentence. Here, the learned judge emphasized the importance of the rights to life and dignity, declaring them as the most important of all the rights in the Constitution. Even further, the court emphasized, as was put by Justice Ackerman, that, I quote, we have moved from a past characterized by much which was arbitrary and unequal in the operation of the law to a present and a future in the constitutional state where state action must be such that it is capable of being analyzed and justified rationally, close quote. The learned judge correctly cites the well-published Professor Etienne Moreinik, who himself suggests that, I quote, if the new constitution is a bridge away from a culture of authority, it is clear what it must be a bridge to. It must lead to a culture of justification, a culture in which every exercise of power is expected to be justified. If the Constitution is to be a bridge in this direction, it is plain that the Bill of Rights must be its chief strut, close quote. House Chair, the police have a duty to do not only to fully adhere to the Bill of Rights, but to also formulate policies that are infused with constitutionalism and to conduct themselves in their much sacred duties in a manner that they showcase nothing less than an embodiment of the spirit of Ubuntu. It is from that premise that our police service continues to make Ugogo feel safer in the deep rural areas of Wamhlabu-Yalingana, that we ensure visible policing, establish special crime units to fight crime and create a safer township in northern areas of PE and other places. We present this budget vote a lot more optimistic that the future we seek for our children and their children is attainable. Whether it is in the Cape Flats in the Western Cape or Matatiele in the Eastern Cape, whether in Leboa-Kgomo, Limpopo or Itsocheng in Northwest, whether it is in Koffiefontein in the Free State or Carnarvon in the Northern Cape, and Undwini in KZN or Bushbuck Ridge in Mpumalanga, or even in the Orange Farm in Gauteng, we dream of a future where all people of South Africa are and feel safe. Even as we present this budget vote, we are emboldened by the positive changes that we are implementing and whose fruits we are seeing in the policing environment. These positive changes include, but are not restricted to, impressive police work during the past festive season and other significant periods, excuse me, as well as the turning of the tide for our men and women in blue to a service towards a positive outlook that will in time infect and affect all our citizens. We continue to diligently ensure that the fellow inhabitants of South Africa are and feel safe. In the process of ensuring the deliverance of our mandate, the SAPS will continue to derive lessons through experience. We believe such experiences can only help police services to grow, but also improve its level of delivery of service to our people. Steven Pinker, in his book, Better Angels of Our Times, makes this point when he places the nexus in regard to the very existence of a public service function like ours in the heart of acceptance by communities. In that regard, he asserts that, I quote, "The source of the state's pacifying effect is not just its brute coercive power, but the trust it commands among the populace. After all, no state can post an informant in every pub and farmhouse to monitor breaches of the law. And those that try are totalitarian dictatorships that rule by fear, not civilized societies where people coexist through self-control and empathy," close quote. This ANC-led people's government is not and will not be totalitarian or anything resembling it. For that reason, fellow South Africans, we have begun in all earnest to put the recommendations of the Farnham Commission of Inquiry into action so that our country may begin to heal from one of the darkest periods of our short history. An announcement will be made to the citizenry in due course on the concrete steps and actions towards this work, which will in the end result in the meaningful transformation of the police service and its allied institutions. Cabinet has approved two critical pieces of policy, namely
Order,
the white
honorable
paper.
members.
Cabinet has approved two critical pieces of policy, namely the white paper on safety and security and the white paper on policing. The white paper on safety and security rests on 6 pillars, namely an effective criminal justice system, early intervention to prevent crime and violence and promote safety, victim support, effective integrated service delivery for safety, security and violence and crime preventions, safety through environmental design and active public and community participation. It focuses on an integrated and developmental approach to safety in view of recognition that safety extends far beyond the purview of just the police. More importantly, it talks to preventative action, which will be achieved by the concerted effort of all sectors concerned to address the fundamental causes of crime, including roles by departments such as health, social development, education, the criminal justice system, and cooperative governance. It is only through cooperation that we can effectively protect our communities. The white paper on policing places an emphasis on the core of policing and provides a framework that will regularize SAPS as part of the broader public service. In that way, Madam Chair, we hope to enhance effective civilian oversight over the SAPS. The white paper calls for a professional, well-resourced, and highly skilled police service, a demilitarized police service in line with the Constitution and the ideals of the NDP. It further advocates a community-oriented, community-centered policing with sustained community participation and support, as well as an active eradication of barriers to reporting of sexual abuse and domestic violence. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue to receive and incorporate significant inputs from various sectors of society to enable us to truly reflect the views of ordinary citizens, ensuring the voice of the electorate is truly represented as this work unfolds. Cabinet recently approved the Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill on the 13th of April 2016 for public comments. The bill seeks to repeal the National Key Points Act, Act 102 of 1980. What the bill seeks to do is to bring the legal framework for the protection of critical infrastructure in line with the constitutional imperatives and changing developments within the country. The bill is aimed at ensuring that South Africa maintains a robust and sustainable approach to the protection of South Africa's critical infrastructure in the interests of the state and all citizens. We will, in due course, provide updates on the progress in this regard. The South African Police Service has embarked on a back-to-basics approach which focuses on every member of SAPS reverting to the established regulatory framework, or simply put, doing the basics of policing properly and consistently. This approach rests on three fundamental pillars: discipline being one of them, and the manner in which the police officers conduct themselves as a distinctive characteristic of policing. Enhanced police visibility, which implies more police officers in uniform, thereby minimizing opportunities to commit crime. And thirdly, the deployment of operational resources to ensure the optimal utilization of the limited resources that the police have at their disposal, ensuring that they are applied to maximum effect. In addition, those areas of chronic underperformance are being corrected through specific recovery plans targeting visible policing and detective service capabilities. A structure that supports the new ethos has been approved and is being implemented in all earnest, and will keep this House updated on a regular basis. The South African Police Service has allocated a budget of 80.8 billion for the 2016-2017 cycle, with spending focus over the medium term on addressing the current fixed establishments, professionalizing the police service through skills development, continued strengthening of the criminal justice system by contributing to the criminal justice sector revamp and modernization program, and investing in capital assets consisting of machinery and equipment, strengthening the resource capability of the public order policing unit, and a total of 1.9 billion rands has been allocated for this purpose. These activities include community outreach programs, Izimbizo, and community-based recruitment programs, implementation of an integrated criminal justice system to ensure a single coordinated management of criminal justice and performance, focusing on funding for forensic services and broader detective service in SAPS to enhance crime investigations. Provision for equipment and training for detectives to enhance the process of investigation of crime. Policing of major events, including the upcoming local government elections in 2016. There are a number of other emerging priorities that this budget has to take account of, including the funding of transformation and institutional reform initiatives, determining the research agenda, sustained visibility, and enhancing police safety to mitigate murders and attacks on police. We want an SAPS that is accessible to all citizens, and to this end, we will continue to launch mobile community service centers, as well as partnering up with traditional authorities and the post office to establish service points in areas that have scant policing service points. We also have to make serious budgetary determination to deal with ever-increasing attacks and murders of police officers, which should, in all seriousness, make us hang our heads in shame as South Africans. It is not just an ever-increasing number of police that are killed that should worry us, but the ever-growing attacks that, were it not for the way our officers have managed to protect themselves, would show a much higher mortality rate of our police. As we have said before, the attack on the police is an attack on the authority of the state. We hit the president's call in his State of the Nation address that when attacked, the police should indeed use lawful means to effectively defend themselves and their colleagues. A transfer of 111 million rands will be effected for the Civilian Secretariat for the police as a designated department. The Secretariat drives policy research for the ministry and performs general support functions for the Ministry of Police. This financial year, we have increased the resourcing of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, the Hawks, with funding of 1.4 billion rands, which will also cater for the new specialized units. A decision was taken to re-establish the Narcotics Bureau and the Firearms Investigation Combating Units because of the need and the outcry by our citizens. In the outer years of this period, the Hawks will be funded directly from Treasury, and this should satisfy the compliance with the ruling of the Constitutional Court in entrenching the independence of the unit.
Honorable Minister, unfortunately your time is up. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much.
I'll now ask Honorable Buchman, the chairperson of the committee.
House Chairperson, Minister of Police Honorable Nhleko, Deputy Minister Socho, members of Cabinet, Ministers, MECs of the 9 provinces, honorable members, the accounting officers of the SAPS, IPID, Civilian Secretariat, CIRA, the FII Board, and as well as the head of the DPCI.
Order, honorable members, it doesn't matter whether the MECs are here or not, they may be listening where they are. Can we allow order? Order. Mage Kawula, Babel Mbatha lungehloniphekile ake sinikezeni usihlalo ithuba lokukhuluma. Order. Honorable members on both sides, can we please give the chairperson of the committee the time to speak? Honorable Makwetla.
Fellow South Africans, the Portfolio Committee on Police received briefings from the South African Police Service on their 16-17 budget and performance plan on 6, 7 and 8 August 2016. The DPCI briefed the committee on 8 April 2016. Briefings were also received from the Independent Police Investigative Directorate and the Civilian Secretariat for Police Service on 12 April 2016. Civil society also gave input on the budget votes. Representatives from the following organizations participated in the process: the Nyanga Community Police Forum, the Parliamentary Budget Office, Parliamentary Research Unit, the Western Cape Community Police Board, and the South African Police Union. The reports dealing respectively with the 3 entities were adopted by the Portfolio Committee on Tuesday, 19 April 2016, and published in the ATC on 20 April 2016. In the findings and observations, the committee specifically focused on stable leadership, the importance of civilian oversight over the police services, and the back-to-basic strategy to ensure a disciplined and people-oriented service. In the case of the SAPS, 19 recommendations were made, with relation to IPA 10 recommendations, and in the case of the Civilian Secretariat, 21 recommendations. The implementation of the recommendations will be monitored by the committee in the coming months. I want to thank all members of the committee for their contributions during the process. During the 2016 State of the Nation address, and the Minister referred to it, the President noted that the SAPS has embarked on a back-to-basics approach as part of the turnaround strategy for the SAPS. The back-to-basics approach is aligned to the policy imperatives of the MTSF and the National Development Plan. The President also raised concern over the killing of 58 police officers and requested that police officers defend themselves against criminals. The President, in his reply to the State of the Nation debate, and the Minister also referred to that, the creation of 2 specialized units to deal with the narcotics and firearms respectively, which will be based inside the DPCI. We believe that this initiative will go a long way in fighting organized crime. The announcement is keeping with the kind of the police service and crime-fighting efforts envisaged in the NDP. The ANC also in the January 8 statement indicated that the diversion of legitimate protest which is aimed at causing harm to communities over the police should be addressed. The ANC reaffirmed our support for the rule of law in that statement. The ANC also supported our police services and called on communities to work with them. We also call on the police to ensure that at all times they operate within the bounds of the law. We unequivocally condemn the killing of policemen and women. House Chairperson, the need for the South African Police Services, IPAD and the Civilian Secretariat to increase their interaction with the community at large should be highlighted. The committee emphasized in the budget report on SAPS the strengthening of the relationship between SAPS and the community police forums and community safety forums. In our performance-based recommendations, we indicated that the Department of Police should retain and roll out sector policing as an approach to building proper community policing partnerships with communities. The NDP states the following on page 390 with regard to the police service. The South African Police Service and Metropolitan Police Service should be viewed as professionals working in a skilled occupational group to protect the public. They are the only agencies mandated to use necessary coercive force. Ethical conduct should be practiced to maintain the public perception of policing as a professional institution. The professional police practice code should state that the officer's fundamental duty is to the Constitution. They are there to serve the community, safeguard lives and property without discrimination, protect the peaceful against violence and the weak against intimidation, and respect the constitutional rights of all to equality and justice. Close quote. Chairperson, the importance of civilian oversight over the police service was highlighted in the ANC submission to the Constitutional Assembly submitted on 15 June 1995, and I quote, "The final responsibility for security should be taken out of the hands of the security apparatus. Final responsibility for security should be placed squarely in the jurisdiction of the democratically elected parliament and the executive. Civilian control over the security services at ministerial level and through other mechanisms should be constitutionally enshrined. The right of the public to access information must be provided for constitutionally within limitations in the interest of national security. Security institutions should not act on their own authority, but under the guidance of Parliament and the Executive." Close quote. House Chairperson, we believe that this fundamental approach of promoting civilian oversight should be the cornerstone of any legislative framework that governs the police services and the relationship between the generals and the Executive on the one hand, and the relationship between the police services and the legislative branch. We believe that the processes around the finalization and implementation of the white papers on police and the white paper on safety and security will further strengthen this approach. The SAPS amendment bill that will come to this House in the future must encompass the constitutional framework and values as enshrined in the 1996 Constitution. The Minister already referred to the budget allocation to the South African Police Service. From the committee side, we welcome the additional capacitation of public order policing units. The department will receive an increase of 242 million in the 17-18 year and 335 in the outer year. According to the ENE on page 401, the funds will be used to procure specialized equipment for public order policing capacity, such as cameras for aircraft, video and recording equipment, water cannons and armored vehicles. This allocation will ensure that the SAPS will be able to commence with the procurement of the equipment and specialized devices as indicated in the Farnham Commission recommendations. The Honourable Minister touched on the successes of the festival season program. In our budget report, the committee expressed its support for the Back to Basics program. The NDP is in Chapter 12, Building Safer Communities, very clear on this approach, and I quote, "Deploy officers according to crime patterns and trends. Officers should be available outside office hours to direct operations, investigate crime and supervise staff. Office hours should not apply to policing. Senior staff should always be available to resolve crime matters with speed and efficiency." The committee in its recommendation again reiterated a matter that we highlighted during the budget debate last year. The committee recommends that the policing model should make provision for equity of policing services in urban, rural, and deep rural areas and geographic divides. This includes clear provision of police resources to historically disadvantaged areas that does not discriminate areas which have disproportionately high crime rates or is economically disadvantaged. Furthermore, the committee recommends that the policing model for preventing, investigating, and combating crime must make accommodation for timeous and regular feedback to all victims of crime, irrespective of their socio-economic status. South Africa indeed belongs to all who live in it. Voorsitter, die portefeulje komitee sal môreoggend Vrydag, 21 Mei, die Manenberg polisiestasie op 'n oorsigbesoek aandoen. Ons sal fokus op stappe wat gedoen word om die veiligheid vir inwoners te versterk in die lig van die onlangse gebeure in die gebied. We have noted the introduction of a new management structure by the Acting National Commissioner. The new structure makes inter alia provision for the creation of a management intervention unit headed by a Deputy National Commissioner, 3 regional commissioners, and with a footprint in the provinces. We are in full support of a more hands-on approach with non-performing police stations and units as the primary focus. Turnaround times for dealing with station management failures and dealing with resource allocation challenges to units should improve drastically. The successful implementation of the turnaround strategy for the detective service would be the first major test for this new structure. The Portfolio Committee will follow and monitor these developments closely. One of the important institutions that are provided for in the Constitution to promote oversight and accountability is IPID. We as a committee is seriously concerned about the reduction of 18 million rand in the baseline allocation to the department over the medium term and a further 23 million in the outer year. We agree with IPID that the reduction to the baseline will impact negatively on the investigative capacity of IPID. We believe that the reductions to the baseline budget allocation should be reviewed. The committee have further recommended in the report that the expansion strategy be resubmitted to National Treasury for consideration in the new allocation cycle. House Chairperson, the independence of the DPCI has been the subject of various court cases and a Constitutional Court judgment that amended the legislation that was adopted by the previous Parliament. One of the issues that rose out of the said Constitutional Court judgment was the financial independence of the DPCI and the ability of the head to manage the funds appropriated by Parliament. Although there was a debate during the last 3 years whether the DPCI should be a program or a sub-program within SAPS, we believe that the time has come to reach finality on the matter. The committee therefore recommends that the department should commence discussions with the National Treasury with a view to establish the DPCI program as a separate vote in future. The establishment of a separate vote will further strengthen the operational independence of the DPCI. This change will necessitate an amendment to the SAPS Amendment Act, which currently provides that the DPCI must be located as a unit within SAPS with the National Commissioner as the responsible accounting officer. We saw on Monday this week the senseless killing of another member of SAPS, detective from Grassy Park at his Philippi home, and a Metro policeman in Gauteng. Our sincere condolences to the families and next of kin of those brave men who became the victims of ruthless criminals who struck at the very best of our country. The ANC wants to pay tribute to those members of the SAPS who died in the line of duty since the last budget vote debate. We honor their contribution in the fight against crime and keep our communities safe. We support the operational decision that these murders should be investigated by the Hawks as a priority cases. The Portfolio Committee on Police convened a seminar in March 2016 on the major risks that confront police officers in the execution of their duties and efforts that can be made to mitigate the killing of police officers. We are grateful for all the contributions that was made, and especially highlight the contribution of the Deputy Minister. The Deputy Minister highlighted during the seminar the importance of employee health and wellness of members, especially the frontline police officers and lower ranks, should be prioritized. We also welcome the commitment from SAP's management to introduce new proactive management interventions to ensure that there's an informed deployment of operationally ready members, intelligence-driven deployment, awareness of risk factors, monitoring of operational readiness by commanders, and the development of standing operating
Honourable Member, your
procedures.
time is up.
The ANC supports budget vote 23 for police and budget vote 20 for the IPID. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mpele.
Ngiyabonga sihlalo. Ngiyibingelela ungqongqoshe nosekela ngqongqoshe, amalunga ekomiti nabahlonishwa. Chairperson, from the outset,
Honourable Members, order. You know that such sounds are not allowed. Can we please proceed? Order. Honourable Members, can we allow the speaker on the podium to proceed with his statement?
ngiyabonga sihlalo. From the outset, I want to put this debate in proper perspective. Quite simply, policing is about people. This basic truth can be easily forgotten among all the budgetary talk of appropriations, programs, targets, and indicators. But beyond the allocation figures, we are essentially talking about our thousands of rank-and-file officers on the ground who face the enormous task of reducing crime rates that are among the world's highest, while police stations they work from are often understaffed and under-resourced, and our men and women in blue are under-equipped and under-trained. Equally important, we're talking about the victims of crime, too many of whom lose their lives or survive but have to live with the trauma of having had their safety and dignity violated by criminals. In many cases, this is made worse when their cases remain unresolved due to lengthy or unsuccessful investigations, the results of a detective service in dire distress. Ultimately, this debate is about whether this budget will meaningfully contribute to making all people in South Africa safe, in feeling and in fact. Our assessment as the DA is that unfortunately, this will not be the case, except perhaps for small gains in limited contexts. This is our assessment because the factors that underpin the chronic poor performance of our police service, demonstrated by steady increases in violence and serious crimes in past years, have not been addressed. The DA's vision for a professional and effective police service is rooted in having competent police leadership with the right priorities who enforce strong accountability. The current state of affairs in this regard unfortunately falls far too short at the cost of ordinary citizens being unsafe and vulnerable to crime on a daily basis in their homes and on the streets. The truth is, if we ask ourselves the question, do we have what we need to truly beat crime? The professionalism, effectiveness, competence, the right priorities, accountability, the answer, to employ colloquial parlance, can only be dololo. To turn to the minister's story at the beginning of his speech, this is precisely illustrative of the problem. Why should it take a festive season operation for a community to finally feel safe? We should be achieving this through day-to-day policing if it's done effectively, if it's done professionally, and if it is well-resourced and underpinned with the right structures. Our country continues to have a murder rate about 5 times higher than the global average, and in recent years, there has been an increase in most categories of violent crime, with rising organized crime being a major contributor to this. The 2014-15 crime statistics showed truck hijacking being up by a staggering 29.1%, car hijacking up by 14.2%, and aggravated robbery up by 8.5%. The reason for this deteriorating situation is that SAP's management has not been getting the basics right for years. We have understaffing in many police stations because of failures in human resource management. The detective service is severely constrained, with many stations suffering from under-resourcing because of failures in financial management. And officers are hampered by under-equipping because of failures in supply chain management. But I suppose, Chairperson, when we have a minister who seems to have been preoccupied with manufacturing a contrived Nkandla report about Nkandla fire pools, accompanied by a Mickey Mouse video, it's difficult to get the basics right. 2 oversight visits that I undertook this week provide yet more snapshots of this systemic stagnation. On Monday, I was at the Temba police station in Hammanskraal in Tshwane, which registered as being in the top 10 stations in the country for drug-related crime for last year's stats. What I found was a station with 91 vacant posts, whose officers were ill-equipped, with vehicles not suitable for the distances and terrain that they have to cover in doing their work. Yesterday, I was at the Cleveland's hostels, Imlaz, following the protracted violence in the area, which has claimed more than 60 lives since 2014. Residents told us that the local SAPs have been entirely ineffective in stopping the bloodletting, which is driven by local syndicates, that in fact elements of the police have been co-opted and brought over to collude with organized criminal
Honourable
activity.
members, can we please not drown the speaker on the podium?
The residents say that their tip-offs to the police have borne no fruits, and investigations into the murders have been virtually non-existent. This is a shocking state of affairs, with residents living in constant fear and receiving little to no help from law enforcement authorities that they should be able to trust to keep them safe. Responsiveness to the situation has either been lethargic, not even a task team convened to undertake intelligence-led policing and get to the bottom of the problem, or it was misguidedly haphazard in the form of a brief but ineffectual Operation Fiela intervention last year. Best policing practice tells us that when you have a hotspot of organized crime, the most sustainable solution is a dedicated, intelligence-led approach to crack the spine of syndicate criminality and disrupt their activities with precision. At the very least, this should take the form of a task team, which we know to be the modus operandi of the SAPs. But we are facing a crisis of gangs mushrooming and operating nationwide. Business as usual simply will not suffice. The DA has always advocated for the establishment of specialized units where dedicated and skilled policing expertise is needed to crack down on organized crime and syndicate activity. Although we have been told that 2 specialized units will be established to address narcotics and firearm-linked crime, we don't yet have any details on the implementation of this announcement. But even when that is rolled out, it won't be enough, because they'll be located within the Hawks, which means they'll only look at organized crime from what's designated as level 3 and above, as they rightly should. That means there will still be a need for a sustained, specialized, intelligence-led approach to tackling local-level syndicate crime, as manifested in the Temba SAPS precincts and the Cleveland's hostels, which the usual investigative processes of the constrained detectives currently struggle to address effectively. The fact is, drug-related crime has been on the rise since 2004, by almost 100% over the last 5 years and 325.8% since 2004. New gangs that drive emerging crime dynamics are sprouting up almost everywhere, and something decisive must be done. We have powers to amend this budget, and we are going to use our powers to amend this budget. We will propose an amendment to Vote 23 on police to fully fund a gang and drug specialized unit.
Honourable member, your time
We
is
can
up.
find the money, and we will find the money to empower our cops to win the fight against crime once and for
Honourable
all.
member, your
I
time
thank you.
is up. Honourable Mhlongo. Order, honourable members, you are taking Jomane's time.
Vladimir Lenin, writing in his Pravda weekly papers, writes, "Our party is the smallest in size. However, in its strength, it is 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, million times stronger than its original size. The EFF will not support the budget vote of police. And here we present the basis upon which we rejected this budget. Our understanding of resource allocation to the Ministry of Police is a necessary pillar to entrench and nourish our constitutional democracy, rule of law, and public order. And most importantly, to ensure that our men and women in blue work in conducive environment. But today, with Mr. Zuma, whom we do not recognize as a president in government, appears hell-bent in fighting the will of our people using state agencies such as the upcoming case of a certain union that was sponsored by the intelligence wing. Lot of cases have proven beyond reasonable doubt the complicity of state in failure to protect our people. In some cases, the state is an instigator of mass murder of our people, like they did in the Marikana with Andres Tatana, Mido Marcia, and others across the country. These cases alone are an eye-opener as to why intelligence arms of state fail to detect crimes before they happen because they are used to settle political scores. Huge budget cuts, mostly invisible policing, detectives and crime intelligence, whilst VIP protection takes a huge chunk of money as if we are in Afghanistan or Iraq, is a clear indication of lack of vision and prioritization of core service deliverables. And how it is now convenient to regard investigation into Marikana, mass murder by the ANC government, an unfunded mandate. Since when is investigation into mass murder of people an unfunded mandate? But the Minister of Police, when he was defending the looting that happened in Kandla, he had an unlimited
On a
budget
point
to
of
demonstrate
order, Chairperson.
that swimming pool is a
Order.
fire pool
Order, Honorable
on video
Ndlomade,
games.
can you please take a seat?
Is it
Honorable
parliamentary for honorable member to mislead the public by saying the state is an instigator of mass murders?
Point of order, Chair.
Honorable
That's
member.
time wasting.
Order, Honorable Member would look into that and see whether it is indeed parliamentary or not. Honorable Mbata, did you want to say something?
I wanted to say, she's just wasting our time.
Order, Honorable Member.
We don't have time.
Order. Order,
We
Honorable
really don't have
Matake.
time.
Honorable Mbata, can you please take your seat?
Low salaries paid to police contribute to low morale amongst the members, and it is a proven incentive for corruption. The leadership does not seem bothered at all to turn this around. The underfunding of the IPID is a clear intent to obstruct investigation into police conduct. In conclusion, gang violence taking place in the Cape Flats and some parts of Free State clearly concur with the warning raised by the Stats SA about state failure to respond to youth challenges, especially black and coloreds in this country. Failure to respond to these challenges in a meaningful way is because there is lack of partnership between communities, business, and the police. Success will require stakeholders to join hands
Honorable
with government
Mhlongo, your
playing
time
a
is
central
up.
role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. Order, Honorable Members. A point of order was raised by Honorable Majeke whether the statement made by Honorable Njomane on the phrase used, the state instigates violence. In terms of our rules, if such a statement or reference is made to a member of parliament, it is indeed unparliamentary. But if it is made to a party or an institution, it cannot be ruled unparliamentary. So I've made my ruling. Honorable Msimang.
Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Makwetla, what is the point of order?
A follow-up, Honorable Chair, on the
Point
very
of
same
order, Chair.
point,
What
on
is
the
the
very
follow-up?
same- on the
Order,
very
can
same
you
object.
allow
What is
the
the
chair to
follow-up?
rule?
It's
Order.
not follow-up in the point
Order,
of order.
Honorable Mbata, can you take your seat? Honorable Mbata, I will recognize you when it's your time. Honorable Makwetla.
Earlier on, Honorable Presiding Officer, the Speaker, who was on the podium, made a very spurious and serious allegation that without any substantiation to say there is a union that has been sponsored by an intelligence organization. And I think it's an abuse of parliamentary privilege for a member to make serious allegations like that without substantiation.
Honorable Makwetla, I've noted your point. Unfortunately, you did not raise it when the speaker was on the podium. We will, however, reflect on the matter and come back to the House. Honorable Mbata, did you have a point of order or not? Order. Honorable Msimang, can you please? Honorable members, can we please, Honorable Makwetla, your conversation with Honorable Mbata, can it be outside? Honorable Msimang.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm reading this on behalf of Honorable Mwango. The IFP laments the current instability in SEPS as leadership is faltering in many aspects related to SEPS operations on a day-to-day basis, and this is principally due to SEPS being beleaguered for far too long with political appointments to the Office of National Police Commissioner. Enough is enough. This is position for career policemen and women, not civilian appointees. To disgraced, suspended National Police Commissioner Ria Piecha, do the right thing and resign. Don't make this more difficult than it already has been. To the Acting National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Johannes Khumuzo Pahlane, your back-to-basics approach has been a breath of fresh air, as SEPS has veered off track over the years of serving under 2 teachers and a social worker, cum banker. We salute you on your approach. There is a quality and substance in your leadership, and this comes only from years of dedicated service as a policeman that has worked hard through the ranks. Honorable House Chair, not all is well in SEPS. The killing of our police officers remains a huge concern and must be dealt with harshly. Our policemen and women are dying in the streets because our criminals are out of hand in South Africa. A strategy must be formulated as soon as possible to deal resolutely with this. 2 commissions have already highlighted key facts and issues about SEPS that must be immediately addressed. In January 2012,
Honorable members,
the
can you
Social
please
Justice
converse
Coalition
quietly?
got the ball rolling, and because of their efforts, the Khayelitsha Commission was started. SEPS have committed to implementing the Commission's findings.
Honorable Msimang, can you please hold on? There's a point of order being raised. Honorable member.
Honorable Chair, the point of order is that Honorable Msimang implies that the criminals are our own as the House and must be referred as the criminals. We cannot be party to that statement. I think it should be withdrawn.
Thank you. Honorable Msimang, did you make that assertion? Order, honorable members.
I do withdraw our.
It is withdrawn. Thank you.
The Marikana massacre was the single most lethal use of force by South African security
Order,
forces
honorable members. Can you
against civilians
please
since
lessen your
1960.
voices?
SAPS acted in a manner that defies responsible policing, and we welcome Minister Nathi Ntleko's appointing of an independent panel of experts to advise on public order policing issues going forward. Logistical equipment and infrastructure, particularly in rural areas, needs immediate attention and intervention. We must see an improvement in the state of our police buildings and barracks, as some are in an appalling condition, and this contributes to the current low morale of the officers. Our police, women and men, must also have equipment that meets the current needs. Vans fitted.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Sheikh Imam. Honorable members, that statement was withdrawn. Honorable Mbata.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, members of this House and our guests. The National Freedom Party welcomes the two reports on the South African Police Services and the IPID tabled here today. The aim of the South African Police Services is to prevent, combat and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of South Africa and their property, and uphold and enforce the law. To enable the South African Police Services to execute its mandate, 80.9 billion rand for the 2016-2017 financial year has been appropriated. Yet, despite various interventions, the crime rate remains very high, and we can conclude that the freedom of our people is no longer a reality. We still have a high level of gang violence and drug abuse, particularly in the Western Cape, where citizens live in fear and hardly dare to go out after dark. Living behind closed doors, the situation is now so bad that there is a loud and justified call for the army to get involved. Government's reluctance to do so for fear of international perception that we are in the state of anarchy should not be accepted. We need to place the safety of our citizens first and do whatever is required to ensure it. The National Freedom Party also believes that our police officers must be well compensated and be issued with adequate protective gear. There is a war going on against the state, and our police officers are not just fighting crime. They are fighting for survival, and their lives are constantly in danger. Criminals have become merciless killers, and we very often hear cries of protest when these violent criminals in the line of their duty are killed. But we hardly hear such an outcry when a police officer is killed. The challenges faced by residents living in Nyanga, in the Cape Flats, in Khayelitsha must be prioritized. We are also concerned by the high vacancy rate, particularly in the detective services and in the IPID. These are critical posts, Minister, and the National Freedom Party calls on the department to accelerate the process to attract those with a passion for policing, this with the Department of Basic Education to introduce policing-oriented content in the school curriculum. The National Freedom Party welcomes the intervention by the new acting commissioner to introduce the back to basics and professionalize them into the South African police services. This is already bearing fruit and must be commended for his initiative. We also welcome the planned paperless docket system initiative, which we believe will enhance the level of service delivery of the South African police services. However, despite well-intended intervention initiatives, we cannot achieve success with critical senior posts being filled on an acting basis. These senior posts must be filled to bring stability and continuity in the South African police services. Finally, the National Freedom Party calls on the public to work together with the men and women in blue who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens. We reiterate our call that criminals should be treated with the contempt they deserve, that criminals should not be treated with kid gloves at the expense of the lives of our police officers.
Your time is up.
We support this.
Ilunga elihloniphekile usekela ngqongqoshe wezamaphoyisa uMama uSothu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, I'm standing, I'm not sitting, as other members say that I'm sitting.
Order, honorable
to Minister
members.
Nhleko, Minister of Police, and colleagues who are here today, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Beckman, and members of Parliament, MECs present here today, Acting National Commissioner and your team, and all national heads of subs entities, IPAD, CIRA, civilian secretariats, etc. Distinguished guests. Chairperson, this year is the 40th anniversary of the Youth Uprising, which should be a very special commemoration to us all as a nation. But the recent research result by Stats SA might have dampened the mood a little bit. Admittedly, though, it did not come as a total surprise or shock when the Stats SA newly released report on vulnerable group survey, report of 2016, indicated that young South Africans are more vulnerable than any other age group to violence and crime, unemployment and poverty. As the Ministry of Police, we have had already indications since 2014 that there was a significant rise in crime among the youth in South Africa. Nevertheless, at the backdrop of this bleak report, which is of great concern to us as a nation, the Department of Police had proactively given ethos to youth development by establishing internship and learnership programs to help curb unemployment amongst the young people. And indeed, at our last budget vote of 2015, we even announced that the Ministry of Police would specifically recommend the department to approve a further intake of 20 funded interns for the financial year 2015-2016. The Ministry of Police is today pleased and proud to announce that this commitment was fulfilled, and we have taken an additional 21 interns, and they have been placed at the various units in the division visible policing. Ultimately, the intention is to fill some of the vacant entry-level posts with these interns. The Ministry of Police is also continuing engaging with other subdivisions like your Hawks to consider the pool of these interns for their entry-level vacant posts. The objective is to retain these young interns as full-time employees within the subs, instead of throwing them back to the unemployment basket. Chairperson, it is part of the back to basics approach to policing in South Africa. We must not misinterpret this approach as only aspiring to clean living and moral upstanding. This approach is greatly inspired by the zeal to combine all our efforts to channel our youth in the right direction. The relaunch of the South African Police Service Women's Network and Men for Change, to be relaunched on the 9th of May 2016 as part of the 44th anniversary celebration of women in policing, is part of the back to basics approach to policing. These are the two networks in SAPS that also continue to champion the rise of the most vulnerable groups in our society, especially in the rural areas. The SAPS Women's Network has been involved in visionary programs in our rural areas that show an extraordinary duty beyond policing, bringing a unique dynamic to community policing. This network has supported the elderly victims of brutal rape, ensuring that the perpetrators of these heinous crimes are apprehended and convicted. Furthermore, the South African Police Service Women's Network and Men for Change will be embarking on a community outreach program that will be addressing the problem of ukuthwala of young children in our rural areas, especially in the province of the Eastern Cape. Sihlalo, siyawahlonipha amasiko nezithethe, kodwa asisoze sivumele into yokuba abantu basithele ngamasiko xa besenza ubugebenga, that is the abuse of our children, adoption of our children, and rape. We will not rest, and we will arrest those children abusers who abduct our children in the name of customary marriage. The long outstanding Intergovernmental Relation Framework Act must help us all, our national department and 3 spheres of government, to revive the basic principle of collaboration for the efficient and impactful basic service delivery to our children, the future of this country. This act did help us in establishing a working protocol with the Department of Basic Education. Probably what is now needed is to monitor and evaluate the impact of this school safety program. It is a fact that today's youth faces a host of challenges that often lead to an abnormal situation. Incidents of child rape, bullying, substance abuse, gangsterism, and sheer violence have become very common in our schools. Parents, teachers, faith-based fraternity, government, and business must all come together to fight for the betterment of our youth's future. We are again urging our Department of Education to actively partner with us as we embark on our monitoring program for ensuring that all schools have functional and effective school safety committees. Going back to basics is also about active citizenry to mobilize and organize themselves against criminals and help the police. It is about encouraging the the culture of initiative and proactiveness from all sectors and stakeholders of our society. For instance, Chair, last year the community of Masiphumelele here in the Western Cape brought to our attention that there was an acute lack of police visibility in their area. We promptly responded and intervened by delivering a mobile police station last year in November 2015. We acknowledge that Masiphumelele is not the only area with this problem. We have visited Lavender Hill, as Minister has alluded to, Khayelitsha Site C, Nyanga, and other areas that is the same, where the problem is the same. In this instance, the mobile police station project has been established. This project is all about enhancing police visibility. This is about responsive investigation. This is about utilization of resources. We can announce that the launch and subsequent rollout of mobile police stations will start earnestly in May 2016, starting with Khayelitsha Site C, proceeding to Lavender Hill in the Western Cape, Crossroads Village in Pedi in the Eastern Cape, Butshabelo in the Free State, and other crime hotspots across 9 provinces. The funding of this mobile police station will be from the national budget and not from the provincial budgets. The initiatives of mobile police stations is putting emphasis on desirability for a high police visibility and using it as a problem-solving tool. It will provide comforting reassurance and public confidence in the police and allows more tangible approach to community policing. We must understand that the logistics of building a police station involves a lot of departments and thus takes a lot of time to complete. Also, the terrain of most of South African rural areas obligates mobile police stations. This was made vivid to me when we held a community outreach program in Mushwa at Crossroads Village a week ago in the Eastern Cape. This visit was to continue raising the profile and importance of policing in rural communities. We must ensure that the rural communities do not feel as if they are receiving second-rate policing service when compared to the urban areas. We must continue dismantling organized criminals who are bent to steal vulnerable livestock of the rural communities. But our visit to Crossroads Village in Pedi in the Eastern Cape proved to me that crime in rural communities is not only about stock theft, it is also about teen pregnancy, gender-based violence, gangsterism, violence, and substance abuse in some rural schools. Policing in rural areas presents very unique challenges. The sheer distances involved between villages and isolated nature of many communities can lead to a sense of vulnerability and heightened fear of crime. So, mobile police station project will strengthen the department's frontline service delivery. Chairperson, frontline service delivery program is biased to our still disadvantaged communities and is thus pro-poor service delivery. It is leveling the field by closing the gap between the poorly developed police stations' infrastructure, capacity, and those that are already developed, as found in affluence areas. A well-equipped police station is the first line for the community's safety, their complaint, and their ultimate justice. However, it is a glaring fact that there is a growing frustration in the community about service delivery from other frontline departments at local level. And this has put a lot of additional pressure on the police and their allocated resources. We must then understand that conventional policing is being consistently negatively affected due to high number of violent service delivery protests, which have inevitably diverted core policing human, financial, and material resources, as it is happening in some of the provinces as we speak. Police killings have also been very detrimental to effective policing. Therefore, as the South African Police Service, we are expected and obligated to change our basic methods, procedures, and structures of policing to align with these added constraints. As the Minister alluded to, the Ministerial Transformation Task Team will in turn complement the panel of experts task team by reviewing all the policies, national instructions, standing orders, and operational standards that determine and negate the police officers' working environment, their living conditions, their career progression, and their dependents' livelihood when the police officers either retire or passed on. Modula stulo, ke hola ke South Africa fela, mo ka fumanang lepolesa le dulang ka hara mokhukhu ka baka la melao ya rona e re entseng ka hara naha. Now the time has come for us to change the situation for members of the police. Indeed, Chair, the police officers' health and wellness is an emerging priority, and these are principles that must not be lost from policing the nation. We do hope then that our department will not be adversely affected by the cost containment measures as introduced by the National Treasury. We have pleaded with the Portfolio Committee to support us in that one. We can't afford that National Treasury must cut our budget. Otherwise, policing won't be realized. We insist that the security of our country must always be premised on the vision of the National Development Plan, which aims to counter the destructive legacy that was left by colonialism, apartheid, and a segregated economy. And this seems to be conveniently forgotten by the so-called liberals, who cynically claim that some of our transformative legislation will hasten investors to leave South Africa in their droves. To mention one of those legislation, Chair, is the SIRA bill as amended, which is the Private Security Industry Regulation Authority. This bill is in its current form, as it is said that in its current form, it is unconstitutional, xenophobic.
Sorry, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, you are too close to a mic that is open here. And then your heckling is very loud and it creates a problem. Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I know that I've touched a side that many of us here are owners of those companies. Minister, I will highlight challenges that are faced by this industry. As we are aware that this industry is not getting any allocation from the Treasury, but we are in charge of their operation in this country. Chairperson, the bone of contention is ownership, and sadly has nothing to do with the behavior, conduct, and compliance of owners of these security companies and their respective customers who don't obey the laws of this country. For instance, these critics avoid transformation issues such as equitable wage for the 1,000 security guards in the industry. As a sub-executive, we urge SIRA Council to advise the ministry. I did, in my constituency period, go around visiting some of these companies. There is a zero compliance in the country. Therefore, Chairperson, I'm not going to name your company because you know who your company is. Currently, this system, Chairperson, currently as we speak, there is a system which is still being used, which is called classification of areas with regard to illustrative contract pricing structure. This system truly smacks of the old apartheid Group Areas Act, where pricing structure of a security guard is dictated according to the areas. Area 1, to mention a few, It is mentioned, is Kempton Park, is Pretoria, is Samson Town, etc. Area 2 is a magisterial district. Bloemfontein is mentioned, Kimberley, Somerset West, Stellenbosch, uzawuzenzela ngokwakho ke ezo ndawo ndizibizayo. And the third one, anything that is not mentioned anywhere, which means that is your Mangaung, is your Nyanga, is your Guguletu, is your Kwaduduza, all those places. Or your Polokwane, all those places, they fall under Area 3. With different monthly salaries for the security guard as per area employed. Sira
I'm
Council,
sorry, your time has expired. Deputy Minister.
anivakali khanisincede. We can't afford to have onogadana abamemvuleni bengakhuselekanga.
Thank you very
I
much.
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I now call Honorable Mabija.
Ndolivuwa mchimbidza mshumo, vatatisei vothe va nnḓu ya buthano la lushaka, miraḓo ya tshipolisa na vheni vothe vha lafha nṱha vhugalatenga na ndi tshi dzhenisa na those in absentia. Ndi ri Afrika Tshipembe kha ḽilale, kha ḽilale ḽi ri tshete, ndi tshi ḓo ri vhadzulapo kha vha zwi pfe uri the ANC remains committed to the vision proclaimed by the Freedom Charter in 1995, that the police force shall be open to all on equal basis and shall be helpers and protectors of the people. This was against a backdrop of an apartheid state and security system, which fundamentally undermined the human dignity and the right of our people and simultaneously promoted war in the region and the continent. And therefore, the strategy and tactics document expresses the commitment to the realization of the national democratic revolution and its national democratic task of abolishing this combination of sources of social conflict. The transformation of the police service resonates within the national democratic revolution, redress the legacy of special injustice of the past, which had an adverse effect on the ability of community members in the rural areas to gain access to policing. Again, on the critical task of the national democratic revolution is the realization of a dignified and improved quality of life even in the rural communities. Honorable members, the NDR seeks to transform the psychology of society for a special historical mindset, and this means improving and ensuring partial power relations, ensuring that there is contact quality access to justice and safety for rural and farming communities, as quoted by Vakalaha, Vahulwane, Vorolihlahla Nelson Mandela, during his address at a summit of the Rural Safety and Security at Midrand on 10 October 1998. He said, I quote, "The strongest seal for each farm or the farming community as a whole is the people that reside on the farms, that is, farmers and workers, landowners and tenants alike. The condition under which they live do affect the way they respond in the event of an attack," closed. Meaning that the rural safety can only be addressed if conditions of the poor farm workers and rural households are addressed. This is what the ANC government is doing and will continue doing until Jan van Riebeeck achibuya pano South Africa nga 1652 to teach his grandchildren what democracy and human rights means. Why? Because they are just politically fumbling So sprenkane wat spreng, 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 and the land. Honorable members, transformation of institutions in dealing with crime, including integrated efficiency, is critical. Subsequently, the departments had devised the rural safety strategy under review and underpinned by the values expressed by the minister, as these are communities whose human rights and dignity were neglected by Jan van Riebeeck, Boulo, na Verwoerd, na zikwenda kwenda nzwabo. This resulted in crimes that range from stock theft, poaching, theft of farm produce, abuse and exploitation of farm workers, and crimes against the vulnerable. Honorable members, in addressing the challenges, SAPS is enhancing its partnership with Department of Traditional Affairs and the House of Traditional Leaders. Apart from challenges, there continues to be significant commitment by SAPS towards rural safety, with a total of 882 police stations from a total of 1,138 police stations, categorized as rural of rural-urban mixed police stations. Nangwe zoto rali, ukadiva na mafungo a infrastructure isatuto kwa zwabudi. Fezi, mubuso, ukoshumana na uri. Vatu na hoba chikoshumela ka infrastructure yerneyo isongoto kwa. Zi mindset zabo, zi chinche, zive positive. Ka ukona ushumisana na chipolisa na zi civiki. Uitera uri safety yabo iwe guaranteed.
Complete in 2 minutes.
Zitusani uba ningomu kandirisa vila. Nishikola soft. Mara mindset wanu skewed. Azuyambi chitun. So ANC ikoita zwabukuma fezi. Yokona chincha zi mindset zabazulapo bafano South Africa. Boba disadvantaged. This budget serves as an instrument for rural safety, as indeed the 2014 ANC election manifesto affirmed that every South African is entitled to live in safety, free from crime and violence. This budget assists in addressing the current challenges identified in the implementation of the rural safety strategy. The focus of this budget towards addressing the current fixed establishment shows the commitment of the African National Congress government towards strengthening rural safety. This ANC government have SAPS introducing back-to-back approach to policing, enhancing police visibility even in the rural areas, thereby minimizing opportunities for crime to be committed. IPID, as an oversight body, ensures that police, even in the rural areas, is held accountable for its conduct. Back to basics approach, yotike zonanga IFP na NFP. Kezo, zinobakoto damini bon. Again, this ANC government has civilian secretariat for police high on the agenda, ensuring an entire review.
Your time is now expired.
Chipinga chopela.
Thank you very much.
Nditikeza
Thank you.
budget. Now in Africa,
Thank you, Akbare Groenewald.
Agbare voorsitter, ek wil begin om te sê dat die afgelope jaar en 'n half wat verby is, was nie 'n goeie jaar vir die Suid-Afrikaanse polisiediens nie. As ons gaan kyk na die misdaadstatistiek, dan sien ons dat veral geweldsmisdade en dan spesifiek inbraak by woonhuise dramaties toeneem, jaar op jaar. Dit is juist die plek waar mense veilig wil wees as hulle na 'n dag se harde werk by die huis wil ontspan. Dit wys vingers dat daar nie behoorlik opgetree word teen misdadigers nie en is misdaad besig om Suid-Afrika toe te neem. Agbare,
The English translation is not working. This one is not working. It's not working. Chairperson, can you protect me against the...
Order, honorable members. What's your problem? Is the mic?
I don't know. Doesn't
Translation.
translate. The English section here just...
You're not getting translation? Okay. Just move around and then the table staff will assist me. They say get to 2. Can you check it at 2 whether you don't get the translation? Okay. Okay, I'll request the table staff to actually look into that one. Can you allow Akbar Groenewald to proceed?
Dankie, voorsitter. Akbar voorsitter, met ander woorde, misdaad neem toe in Suid-Afrika, spesifiek wat geweldsmisdade betref. En daar moet streng opgetree word. Die ander probleem is, dat ons het in hierdie tydperk ook gesien, dat die vorige nasionale kommissaris van polisie, generaal Ria Piega, geskort is. En hoekom is sy geskort? Sy is geskort omdat sy nie eerlik was by die Vaarlandkommissie en behoorlik alles geopenbaar het oor die Marikana aangeleentheid nie. Daarvoor word besluit dat sy geskort moet word. Now, Honorable Minister, the Constitutional Court has found that you were not honest with the people of South Africa. That your report on Kandla was actually misleading when it comes to the public. And it is in such a serious light, Honorable Minister, that it has said that you should be reprimanded. Now the question is, has you been reprimanded or not? It is a serious allegation if the Constitutional Court decides that the minister should be reprimanded. And I think, at least in this debate, I was expecting that you should apologize to the people on the report. That's the least we could expect.
Honorable Chairperson, I think the allegations that are being leveled here requires a substantive motion.
Okay. Order, 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 honorable members, order, honorable members, order, 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 honorable members. Yes, Honorable Groenewald, it is correct that you should do that in a substantive motion. You cannot, order, can you allow me? Can you allow me to address this matter? You cannot actually do that without doing in a substantive motion on the basis of a quotation. Even if you make a quotation, but because you are referring to another member of the House, then it should be done in a substantive motion. Yes, thank you. You may proceed.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Dit is jammer dat ons in 'n debat soos hierdie moet hoor dat as jy die minister aanspreek oor sy pos en wat hy in sy hoedanigheid as minister van polisie gedoen het, laat jy met 'n substantiewe mosie moet kom. Al wat die agbare minister moet doen is hy moet verskoning vra. That's all. He must apologize. Laat ek aangaan. Kom ek sê vir u, agbare voorsitter, die Vryheidsfront Plus verwelkom die omkeerstrategie van back to basics. En ons wil die waarnemende commissaris van polisie, generaal Paslani, sterkte toewens met sy span. Daar is al reeds merkbare verbeterings en ons hoop dat dit nog beter gaan. Ek wil ook sê, en ek wil spesifiek praat oor plaasaanvalle en plaasmoorde. Voorsitter, daar is 'n aansienlike toename. En as ek praat oor hierdie plaasaanvalle en moorde, dan is dit nie net wit is nie. Dit is swart en wit wat vermoor word op ons plase. Ons het nou onlangs gesien dat in Vryheid in die Natal, dat tot 10 misdadigers met AK-47 hierdie aanvalle uitvoer. Ek wil graag die agbare minister vra, en ook die waarnemende commissaris, u moet daadwerklik aandag gee aan die plaasaanvalle, en kom ons gee die statistiek, want dit is daar. Dis amptelik by die polisie. Gee vir ons die statistiek, want dit raak eintlik landelike beveiliging, dat daar kan opgehou word om te spekuleer. Wat is die moordsyfer, hoeveel aanvalle daar is? Laat ons 'n duidelike prentjie kry, en ek weet die komitee gaan binnekort ook kyk na die Menseregte Kommissie se verslag oor plaasaanvalle. Maar as ons regtig iets positiefs wil doen, dan moet ons hierdie statistiek bekendstel, en dan sal ons beter polisieering kan doen. Ek dank u.
Thank you very much. I now call Honorable Nchaisa.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Yes, I can see each and everyone is feeling the heat of the debate here. It is the survival of the fittest. I'll just try to pour cold water so that I make it warm. Chair, the allocation of enough resources to police department is very much important. The amount of 18.9 billion to this department must be seen doing something in order to deliver services to the people who are actually the taxpayers. The police stations in rural areas must also receive attention from this department. For instance, in Mount Fletcher, the police there are struggling a lot. The section that is specializing in rape, the section known or referred to as crime against women and children, have got no cars. And most of those cars that are there, they are using, are just in a very bad condition there. These are the cars that have got to be pushed before they move and kickstart. That is a very sorry state of sorry sight. We have got women and men that are very much determined there, who are eager to work for the people. You can imagine now when they have got to transport the communities and the witnesses to 6 police stations and courts, because the area there is very big. So these people have got to be transported now in such unsafe vehicles. So it means now each and every day the lives of these people are in danger. I therefore plead with you, Honorable Minister Nhleko, in this debate now to accommodate that police station of Mount Fletcher, so that now they've got some cars that they are going to use. Even if now we can just pay a visit and see what is happening there, that can be very much appreciated. Without the proper use of the budget, crime cannot be properly prevented. It can't be investigated, it can't be combated. It means now we've got to make use of the budget properly. Police are supposed to maintain law and order. People, however, should stop killing police. Then vice versa, the police now should stop torturing people. Chairperson, in conclusion now, I would say now that these people that are working very hard now should be motivated. How do we motivate the people? Yes, of course, now they've got to be compensated. So I'm referring now to the salaries of the police, women and men. We are at war with criminals. We were at war with fraud. We were at war with corruption. So all of us now should come together and take part in this so that we fight these criminals successfully. I can conclude, Honorable Minister, that outside there, these police people are doing something that is very good. Outside here, I've been listening to a melody, a sound of
Your time
melody
is
that
now
is doing
expired.
very well. AIC supports this budget.
Thank you very much. Can we now call Honorable Mola?
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister of Police, officials of the department, honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests and fellow South Africans, ladies and gentlemen, Sanbonan. Honorable Chairperson, in his State of the Nation address delivered on the 17th of June 2014, the Honorable President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency J.G. Zuma, expressed his fifth administration commitment in ensuring that fighting crime, fraud and corruption, ensuring public safety is among the apex priorities of the progressive, people-centered program of action of the ANC-led democratic government. This commitment is derived from the 2014 ANC election manifesto, the 2016 ANC local government election manifesto, and the national development plan. Our vision is to ensure that by 2030, people living in South Africa feel and are safe. Honorable Chairperson, constitutional established institutions such as the Civilian Secretariat and IPIT in the South African Police Service are critical organizational structures to ensure delivery of key targets that aim to facilitate and accelerate the implementations of programs and projects that seeks to eradicate among SAPS members the abuse of power, corruption, promote efficiency, ensure tighter accountability with firm consequences where there is a challenge to deliver policing service to our people. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa is a nation that continues to work tirelessly to build a new society from the ashes of apartheid. We are a national democratic society based on the promotion of the dignity for all, free of racial discrimination and oppression. The 2016-2017 budget vote 23 indicate that Civilian Secretariat and the IPIT are fully functional in the implementation of the democratic government's policies and programs that continue to change the quality of life for all, especially the poor and the working class. Honorable Chairperson, it is worth noting that for the current financial year, the Civilian Secretariat has been allocated to a sum total of 110.2 million. They have strategically set their focus over the medium term to improve stakeholders and community participation in safety and crime prevention. This focus speaks to the importance of recognizing the integrated approach between government and non-governmental institutions that promote active involvement of civil society. The strengthening of programs such as Izimbizo, the community police forums, and working groups create multi-stakeholder forums with a primary focus to enhance crime prevention and safety. The implementation of the Domestic Violence Act is the achievement of the present government, which resulted in improved compliance from 65% in 2012 to 74% in 2015. Honorable Chairperson, as a part of their oversight, monitoring and evaluation program, the Secretariat had committed to conduct 66 station visits, conduct evaluation on the SAPS compliant management, critical areas of police conduct, as well as the implementation of recommendations made by the IPIT. It is critical to understand that such evaluations are a critical tool in strengthening accountability and professionalizing the police service as envisaged by the National Development Plan. The ANC commends the Civilian Secretariat for establishing the compliance forum between SAPS and Civilian Secretariat at both national and provincial level. This is a platform to share findings, recommendation, provide feedback or implementation and plan joint awareness campaigns. Sihlalo, tina siyakuba, siyasebenza. Safety of our people is our main priority. We are a nation at work led by the ANC. If you are looking for impactful, progressive, and implementable policies, programs, and campaigns, look no further than ANC. We do not make promises, we make commitments and deliver on them to improve and bring a better life to our people, not just for a selected few. Honorable Chairperson, the 22.2% budget allocation on policy and legislation denotes the massive work to be undertaken by the Secretariat, which include review of key legislations such as the South African Police Service Amendment Bill, the Critical Infrastructure Protection Bill, the Firearms Control Bill, the Animal Movement and Animal Procedure Bill, and the White Papers on Police and Safety and Security. The committee commits itself ensuring that there is no underspending in the Civilian Secretariat, and 133 vacant posts be filled to contribute to job creation. Honorable Chairperson, the total budget for the IPID is an amount of 246 million. The IPID planned activities for 2016-17 are formed by the baseline performance of Directorate, which includes increase in the numbers of cases finalized by the Directorate from the finalization of investigation of 44% of cases received in 2014-15 to finalization of 77% of cases received in 2015 and 16.
You are left with 2 minutes.
The ANC welcomes the commitment by the Directorate to implement a results-based management to organizational performance with a primary focus on strengthening the investigation capacity, more focused on awareness training for police officials on key provisions of the IPID Act 1 of 2011, prioritizing the personal capacity and relevant expertise required by the Directorate. Honorable Chairperson, as we, the progressive people of South Africa, get ready to cast our votes for the upcoming local government elections 2016, which will again mandate the People's Movement, the ANC, to lead this nation. We will ensure that the poor and the working class benefit from the material fruits of our hard-earned freedom. Together, we brazenly stand committed to double our efforts to realize the vision of a safe and secure South Africa for a better life for all. Siyakuba, and together we are moving South Africa forward. As the ANC, we fully support budget vote 20 and 23. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Agbara Redeling Hayes.
Thank you, Chairperson. Sizakela Sigasa, Salome Masua,
Order.
Yudi Semilane, Notolo Nogwaza, Mochedisi Pascalina. Mochedisi did not live to see her matric results. Her body was discovered in a felt, mutilated, and burnt.
Order.
Her eyes were taken out and her private parts
Order, honorable
disfigured.
members.
Her parents identified her only by the tattoo on her leg because it was the only thing that was visible. Every queer person murdered, assaulted, victimized, or discriminated against, like Mochedisi, for their mere existence, the one that you heckle at, is a stain on our Constitution. Stigma against persons on the basis of their sexual or gender orientation, identity, or bodily diversity persists. And this, to this day, queer people are disproportionately subject to harassment, acts of discrimination, and sexual violence and physical violence. Moses Mangwedi, Sian Tangasha, Samuel Cheka, Billy van Rooyen, Ronnie Lombard. 10 aanvallers met AK-47's en haalgewere. Meneer van Rooyen het in die ambulans gesterf en sy skoonpa, meneer Lombard, is gisteroggend oorlede. Ons medelee en innige simpatie aan Karlien, Isak wat 4 jaar oud is en Lodewyk wat 7 jaar oud is. 19 people were murdered on farms in the Free State last year alone. 14 of them farm workers or their family members. Attacks on farm workers in particular are on the rise, and there were 271 attacks and 62 murders last year. The police rural safety strategy is not fully implemented. There are 82 stations where it is not fully implemented, despite rural communities being disproportionately affected by violent crime. And when I talk about rural communities, I also refer to Winterveld in my constituency. That equally is a rural community. Crime knows no race, no age, no gender, and no social class. Crime affects every person in this country daily. The people of our country deserve, and our Constitution demands, police that serve and a watchdog that bites. The majority serve, protect, and fight crime within the confines of their constitutional obligations, and we thank and appreciate them. But some act beyond the Constitution, conduct inconsistent with the Constitution. They violate the Constitution and the pledge that they uphold, and there must be consequences, not just apologies. The recent UN Human Rights Commission probe into police brutality and the handling of the Marikana massacre days before our own Human Rights Day, and for the first time post-apartheid, is an embarrassment, and its findings even more so. IPID must bite the hand of those officers who assault civilians, bite the hand in the cookie jar, bite the hand of the officer that flashes the badge or pulls the gun to intimidate, to victimize, or abuse. But the IPID has had its teeth kicked out by inadequate funding, budget cuts, and findings treated as mere recommendations to be investigated elsewhere and set aside or ignored. Because of budget constraints, there's a shortage of 138 investigators, hardly addressed by incremental staff establishment increases of 3 or 4 a year. This explains why there was only 1 investigator on standby to deal with 500 officers and 34 bodies at Marikana. Despite the President, the Minister's gim-crack commitments to implement the Farlam recommendation, Treasury refused the 5 million that they required. We deserve police that protect. We deserve police that serve and a watchdog that bites. But government is kicking out its teeth, paying lip service to addressing police misconduct. In dealing with crimes against queer people and rural communities, we must have specific, separate statistics on sexual and gender-based crimes, crimes against queer people, and farm attacks and murders. Effectively trained police must ensure that these crimes are promptly and thoroughly investigated and that the perpetrators are brought to book. Finally, the rural safety strategy is a mere policy intervention and does not lead to actual specialist boots on the ground to combat rural insecurity. Minister, there is no reason not to immediately implement specialized rural reaction units because South Africans deserve police that serve and a watchdog that bites. Premier Zille commissioned the Khayelitsha Commission following desperate calls from the community, despite and in spite of the minister's opposition, and exactly to address the conditions, the disgusting conditions in Gugulethu, Khayelitsha, Nyanga, and Langa. Where is that report now? The ball is in your court, Minister. Deputy Minister, name those private security companies, shame them. Otherwise, you are obstructing justice. But let's not let the facts get in the way of a good story. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. I now call upon Honorable Marke. Order, honorable members. Can you allow the member on the podium to address this House?
Chairperson, my Minister of Police and his deputy, all ministers present, honorable members and my colleagues. We are here today debating the budget of the South African Police Service. All of us in this House agree that this department is one of the most important in the country, as it offers one of the most essential and critical services for the citizens of this country. As it had been said before, the Constitution of this country provides for the establishment of the South African Police Services. It also provides for the establishment of a single police force. SAPS is mandated by the Constitution to prevent, combat, and investigate crime, maintain public order, protect and secure the inhabitants of the Republic and their property, and to uphold and enforce the law. SAPS is compiling its strategic priorities when compiling drew on the NDP, which is the government blueprint for managing the development of South Africa and managing the competing needs of its people. One of the strategic outcomes-oriented goals is to ensure that all the people of South Africa are safe. And this means that the police service must provide and ensure safer communities. This, amongst others, means that SAPS must ensure that there is a reduction in the number of serious crime, contact crime, and trio crime. It means that there must be an increase in the activities to detect, prevent, and combat all serious crimes. Another strategic outcome is to ensure adequate availability of and access of sub-services points. And this is supposed to be done by improving levels of service delivery and accountability to services by binding sub-service points closer to the communities. We are here today discussing the budget that has actually been cut, which means that there must be a reprioritization. Funding through reprioritization is one of the most difficult things one can ever try and do, especially in the safety and security cluster or atmosphere. Understanding, though, that the decision of appropriating money is neither easy nor mechanical, but in the case of critical services like policing, a careful and sober assessment needs to be done, especially when it comes to budget cuts. In an ideal situation, the budget of the police must match not only the population, but also the types of crimes that it is intended to deal with. But instead, the SAPS, IPAD, and the Civilian Secretariat most of the times find themselves with unfunded mandates. The police during the apartheid era were used as an instrument of subjugating the majority of the citizens. But today they are the protectors of our people. Structures like the CSF and the CPFs have been established by this, our government, together with the police in order to combat crime. That is why there is a level of trust between our people and the police as their protectors. The question then arises, is there any budget for the CPFs in this budget of the police? If not, why not? Are we really giving proper and appropriate consideration for the funding, placing, and functioning of the CPFs? Apart from these challenges, there continues to be significant commitment by SAPS towards rural safety, with a total of 882 police stations from a total of 1,138 police stations categorized as rural or rural-urban mixed police station, as Mama Bija said. Previously, the law that was supposed to be implemented by the police had eyes. It could see color, gender, class, and worse, even religious affiliation. The previously implemented laws had a culture of selection. That is the reason why today's laws, as established by my organization, the African National Congress, the ANC, or identified by its black, green, and gold. If I was to repeat, black, green, and gold are meant for every citizen of this country. The back to basics approach is re-establishing and enforcing discipline, police visibility, and equitable deployment of resources so that our people must feel safe when they see police being around them. There has been the revival of the drug unit and the firearm unit. An integrated strategy to deal with crime must be implemented. It is not the duty of the police to deal with social ills in our communities. Social ills that are a legacy of apartheid. As long as there is still poverty, there will also be crime. All departments need to come together and deal with these ills. Gangsterism is a social problem that needs every community member to be involved. A young woman from Khayelitsha, when interviewed on TV, explained that 300 people were murdered in Khayelitsha in 1 year. But 10 were murdered in Camps Bay in 10 years. We're not saying that 10 deaths are too little because no one needs to die. But the question is, how does it happen that areas that have all the resources, private security because they can afford, CCTVs, enough police visibility in terms of numbers, surprisingly, these are the areas that have adequate allocation resources. Is this not an anomaly? Who is to blame in this anomaly? It doesn't, however, happen in Cape Town only, but it is definitely highly prevalent in Cape Town and in the Western Cape overall. Again, is there any significant effort from the side of business in fighting crime? Or do they stand on the highest mountain and moan, howl, whinge, and blame the ANC government? The Western Cape government is failing to bring development in the Cape Flats. I can't finish my speech without again going back to police killings. This is a scourge that must totally be eradicated from our community and the country as a whole. As the ANC, we are looking into coming up with a bill to amend the existing legislation to make this crime a crime against the state. I always say that we need to all agree
Do it in 2 minutes.
and not grandstand when it comes to security and safety of our people or other citizens. As our people is not the language used in this house, they still call us monkeys. That is monkey citizens. Heartbreaking that they have monkeys as their colleagues. This side, they've got monkeys as their colleagues, which doesn't happen in the African National Congress. It has never happened, and I'm 100% sure of that. It will never happen in the ANC, never, never. And I repeat, never, not in the ANC, we'll never have monkey colleagues. The police must also help us in arresting those that incite violence in this country. Last week I read in the papers, 2 of the papers had a headline which said, Zumama's footsec. Who in his right mind can allow some young boy, even if he is honorable, to come into his house and insult his father while he's looking on? I'm asking again, is that not inciting violence? Being disciplined doesn't mean that we are stupid. This young honorable need to be charged as legislation against this already exists. We definitely are not to allow such blatant disrespect of our leader in our watch.
Order.
Nami byela. Ndiyanixelela. Kuyalijetsa man. Not in our watch.
Your
My
time is
late
now
comrade
expired.
Ephraim Mohale would have said, come on.
Your time is now expired, Marke.
People who
Thank you.
publicly declare that their job is to go into parliament
Thank you,
and
Marke.
disrupt parliament proceedings.
Honorable Marke, thank you.
That can't be
Your time
allowed.
is expired.
It's a crime to this
Order.
society. If I was to quote my late
Order,
comrade
Marke.
Peter,
Your time is now expired. Thank you very much.
the ANC support the budget.
Thank you. Order. Order. And we now call the Honorable the Minister of Police.
Chair. Chairperson. Chair of the House, may I address you? May I address you?
Yes, proceed.
It's a
Order.
concern. It's a concern, Chairperson. Late in the afternoon, when we are back at the house and we are exposed to what has just happened, I'm putting it to the house to say, let us check the soberness of honorable members in this house.
Okay.
Let us bring a breathalyzer here. This is not right.
Order.
Chairperson, we can't be exposed.
On a point of order.
Order.
On a serious
Order,
note,
honorable members.
we can't be
Point of
exposed
order.
to this.
Order.
We can't.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order. That is not a point of order. Can we allow the minister to proceed?
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the inputs that have been made. And there have been a number of inputs, very constructive inputs that have been made. For instance, I agree, and I think it is an established ANC policy position, Mr. Mbele, for instance, that policing is about people. And for that reason, it is for that reason that post-1994, we have advocated for a closer cooperation and working together between police and members of the community, for an example. Now, it is also a correct concern that has been expressed right across, the question of being understaffed, under-resources, and so forth. And it is for that reason that we are also paying attention to the issue of how do we begin to resource ourselves, our infrastructure, both in terms of expanding it, but also improving existing infrastructure around policing to be able to deal with issues of policing. As I said, Chairperson, that the other contributions are largely suggestions which we will take into account as and when we move on. But there are few issues that I must deal with. Honorable Mhlongo, it's not true. We have never declared that the question of work around Marikana, the Falam Commission, is an unfunded mandate. Certainly you didn't hear that from me. All we said was that that work has got to continue and is continuing, but also even the Minister of Finance made an announcement in that regard in his own budget speech this year about an allocation dedicated to deal with the issue of the Falam recommendations, specifically the issue of public order policing and so on. So it's not true that it's an unfunded mandate. So that's point number one. Point number two, Mr. Mbele, you're saying I manufactured the Nkandla report. Now, one issue about that is that it begins to suggest impropriety of sorts. Now, I've never been found guilty of anything for that matter. Secondly, is that if, unless you appreciate the value.
Order.
Order,
can you allow the minister to proceed?
Unless Mr. Mbele, you actually value the concept of research, for an example, then you'll understand, because that report as it stands, besides the parliamentary ad hoc committee, it has never been interrogated by anybody in this country. Why? Because it is factually correct. It is research, for that matter. Now, not even a court for that matter dealt with that report. So the issue that is being raised by Honorable Groenewald, unfortunately, has left. I was asking the Deputy Minister, for an example, which judgment did he read? No, there's no such. No, there's no such. There's no such. You're talking absolutely. I'm telling you, there's no such. There's no line and verse that says there is something wrong with my report founded by the Constitutional Court. There's absolutely no such. So the fact of the matter, Honorable Chair, is that we must then also be very careful as political leaders that we do not begin to articulate wrongly around the question of judgments to suit our own sort of opportunistic sort of needs, for that matter, because it's absolutely not correct. It's absolutely not correct. In fact, may I also add on the point raised by Mr. Groenewald that perhaps the English philosopher Hobbes has got a valid point here. Absurdity is a privilege reserved for no one else but men. Because how do you then, out of the blue, come up with something that has never been said? And you say it was said by the highest court in the land and said this is what it pronounced on. Even on the question, talking to the gentleman sitting next to you, even on the question of reprimand, it referred to ministers associated with the project at its inception. And that's where the issue is. Now, so to then come here and begin to, in a sense, begin to distort what effectively was put across and duly considered by the Constitutional Court, because the Constitutional Court dealt with the procedural aspects, for an example, on the basis of law, not substantive and factual basis. So it didn't interrogate any particular report, and we know that for a fact. So we shouldn't come here and say wrong things. Now, the last part I want to say, Honorable Chair, is that all we need to do is to continue, of course, in the face of all challenges that we are faced with in our country insofar as issues of policing, issues of safety in our communities and so on. It will only serve us best because all of us, regardless of our political affiliation and whatever belonging we think we ascribe to and so on, we all belong to humanity as South Africans. And all we need to do is to combine efforts across the political spectrum and across different sort of communities for that matter to improve our lot, our living circumstance, but also to ensure that we enjoy and create an environment of peace and stability in our society. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister for having addressed this budget debate, and also thank all honorable members for having been in this budget debate and supporting it. And then also thank our guests in the gallery for having stayed with us up to so long. That concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.